Hey gang, hey girls. Hey girls, so cool to see you. Thank you so much for joining us and for making this happen. We're really excited about this event. And this is basically, again, our first SPX conference. And now the whole world will see and kind of get another message how cool actually we are and what we can create together. And thank you so much again to all of you, and especially Adil, really. Thank you so much to make this happen. And space is certainly Jesse, our surgeon.
I'm going to say a word for a second. So we went from proof of operating room to Art Basel for our first ever event. And I want to tell you, about 2-3 months ago, me and Adele met for the first time, and we sat down and we had lunch, and we really made this come together. I'm going to tell you, this is the guy who made it come together. And every day, we communicated, we made sure that we had what we needed. He made sure that all the legwork, which, you know, I couldn't do as much as him, but he really, really dedicated himself. He's a true Aeon, and he deserves everything that he gets. And if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't be here today.
I'm just happy to be here. And continue the process forever. I'm super excited to continue to see what's going on with this project, and we're going to continue growing from here, man. And yeah, let's put the stock for you guys.
And remember, so this reminds me, this is the first conference. This conference, the first talk, is bigger than the first Bitcoin talk I ever saw. So there's more people here than at the first Bitcoin talk that I ever saw. So there you go.
So going further, we now have our keynote lecture from amazing Polymetric Aeon called SPX6900 and synergistic integration of agency and communion. Let's go.
All right. Everyone, so yeah, I'm Polymetric, and it's my talk today is SPX6900, the synergistic integration of agency and communion, a revolution in human coordination. So throughout history, social and political movements have been torn between two naturally opposing forces. So there's individuality. We want freedom of thought, but we sacrifice unity and coherence. And then on the other side, there are movements that emphasize unity, but then they tend to emphasize less freedom and trend towards more rigidity and top-down control. So this leads to a dilemma that all social movements kind of have to face, whether you're going to emphasize individuality or unity. So in this presentation, I want to argue that SPX6900 represents a revolution in how humans coordinate, because it's fueled by the synergistic integration of individual flourishing and collective unity. So first, it maintains unity without any kind of top-down control. Second, it promotes individual flourishing without any sacrifice in unity. And unlike other movements in which individuality competes with unity, SPX is unique because the flourishing and unity are synergistic. So individual flourishing actually promotes unity, and the unity promotes individual flourishing. So just a little bit about me. I'm a psychotherapist, PhD candidate, and psychology researcher. My primary area of research interest is in the relationship between morality and well-being. So I'm specifically interested in how individuals integrate their conflicting motivations between self-interest and their moral beliefs and their desire to get along with others. And so today I'm going to be speaking about SPX through that lens of individual psychology. And what really interests me about SPX is that it's really like the perfect embodiment of exactly what I study in the research lab, but with individuals. And before I go on, I have to say nothing here is financial advice. This talk is intended for educational purposes only. I'm doing this talk purely because the spirit of the movement really aligns with my research interests. So yeah, in this talk, I'm going to first describe the model that I use to understand mental health and use it as a lens to understand SPX. So people can be understood as having two universal dimensions of motivation: agency and communion. Agency refers to the desire to promote the self, and it's represented by our desire for power, mastery, achievement, status, money, that kind of thing. And it would be represented by statements like, I want to make more money, I want to build my business, I want to gain political power. On the other hand, there is communion, and communion represents our desire to live in harmony with other people, to get along, to be moral, and to be loved and to belong. So communion is expressed through statements like, I want to support my family, I want to help my community, I want to fight for justice. So if either of these dimensions is over-prioritized or starved, then mental health can suffer. So excessive agency can produce narcissism, avoidance, isolation, and too much communion can create things like people-pleasing, burnout, resentment. This conflict can be resolved through something called moral integration. Moral integration describes when agency is coordinated with communion. So when this coordination occurs, the dilemma is solved. The right thing to do and what's in one's best interest become one and the same. A person who has integrated sense of morality identifies their communal values as being fundamental to the self, and the morally right action is simultaneously seen as the most self-promoting action. So moral integration is empirically linked to psychological health and well-being. This is thought to occur through several mechanisms, but I'm going to highlight two here. So first, integration fosters a more cohesive sense of self. We're not conflicted between these two competing motivations. and we have like a more integrated sense of self, so that it's not like we're battling each other. And this results in a more peaceful, calm experience of the world. Second, agentic strivings are imbued with meaning, which provides sustainable motivation. So if our individual pursuits are promoting something that is deeply meaningful to us, then it gives us this sense of purpose and this energy. It's what helps us get up in the morning to keep doing what we want to do. Now, this results in a kind of virtuous cycle. So agentic goals, they serve a higher purpose, and then that purpose energizes the agentic goals, and the individual accomplishments that result in a more capacity to serve individuals, and then that more capacity makes our contributions more meaningful. And this can be thought of as kind of a recipe for something called eudaimonic well-being. So eudaimonic well-being is a concept that comes from a philosophy, and it's kind of a definition of what it means to be happy. It's different from what we think of it as happiness normally, which is like a pleasurable feeling, or that feeling of joy. Eudaimonic well-being defines it more as a quality of life, a way of living. So you could define it as the quality of life derived from developing your capacities to their fullest in pursuit of what is genuinely meaningful. So it's essentially a definition of what it means to live a truly good life. It defines the good life as reaching your full potential as a human being, and then using that in service of something greater, something more meaningful, something that has a true purpose. So in the same way that this model applies to individuals, we can see that similar dilemma playing out on the group level. So movements that prioritize agency, they allow for individual differences, but they sacrifice vision and unity. So people can come together with this common interest, but these movements can tend to fall apart due to diverging perspectives. So an example of this is like something like Occupy Wall Street. So Occupy Wall Street, everybody kind of came together, and we all agreed that the financial system's corrupt, something needs to change. But there was no real coherent idea about what we want to do instead. And so even though there was so much energy behind it, it really kind of fizzled out, and it did not transform the financial system in the way we would have all wanted. Movements that prioritize communion, on the other hand, they'll achieve a unified vision, but it can only be achieved generally by suppressing individuality. So in order to maintain unity, we tend to have some kind of top-down authority, some kind of leader, something that unifies everyone so that we know, like, what are we all agreeing on, what are we all doing? And if individual differences are allowed, that's going to cause people to disagree, have different opinions. And so the unity of the movement is threatened, and it loses coherence. So even if there is, sorry. So examples of movements like this would be things like communism or cults, religious fundamentalism. To keep everyone unified, there needs to be some kind of top-down leader, and then it will trend towards more rigidity, more control, and in order to maintain that unity. So this brings me to SPX6900. So SPX6900 is an internet native movement built around a cryptocurrency token and a simple binary objective: flip the stock market. So this sounds like a delusional joke, but it's actually communicating a sophisticated coordination strategy using jokes and memes as a vessel to communicate the message. So let me explain. The modern financial system is no longer working for younger generations. And rather than protest or demand reform from above, SPX proposes a constructive solution to this problem. Redirect liquidity from traditional markets like the S&P 500 and divert it, right, that's right, boo, and divert it into a single alternative asset. So if younger generations just collectively agreed, let's just stop supporting the traditional system, and instead we coordinate and we divert all of our investment behavior into an alternative asset, two things are going to happen. The value of traditional assets will stop going up or they will drop, and the value of the alternative asset will rise instead. So the message can be summed up as sending one specific message across all of society. If we all just opt out of the system together, then we force the financial system to serve us. So this is essentially describing a transfer of wealth. But unlike other political movements, this strategy does not require any coercion, no cooperation from governments or top-down authority, no violence. It's simply actualized through coordinated investment behavior. It's basically about we are asserting a new reality rather than asking some kind of top-down authority to change it for us. And let me highlight just a few elements of the movement that are just crucial to understand my perspective. So first of all, it's a single, simple mission. Just flip the stock market by opting out of traditional finance. Second, it's something where everyone benefits. If the mission is successful, everyone who participates will benefit, and it appeals to anybody who feels trapped by the traditional financial system. Third, it is radically decentralized. So there's no central authority. It's completely voluntary. It's permissionless, and you could participate in any way you want. You could create art, you can create memes, you could create music, you could do pretty much anything, or just buy and hold the token. And then fourth, the meme coin itself functions as a kind of viral broadcasting mechanism for the movement's message. It is the central coordination signal that enables people to operate in unity together. So I'll just go into that just a little bit to explain how that works. So as the token price rises, it generates curiosity, attention, and social proof. So nothing will get headlines better than an asset that people don't understand that goes up in value. So that is why everybody knows about Bitcoin. That's why everyone knows about the GameStop movement. It is like nothing's going to generate headlines better than that. And so the attention and the social proof of that that results from that price leads to more believers. More people are exposed to the underlying philosophy, the underlying memes, and it creates new people that are that believe in the message. And then as there are new believers, there's more investment activity. So as there's more investment activity, the price goes up, there's more attention, and then as there's more attention, new believers, until this message is spread to all of society. And that's what makes it possible for humans in like mass, are able to have mass coordination on a scale without any kind of central authority kind of leading the way. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about how SPX6900 solves its agency and communion dilemma. So the fact that it's a single mission, there is like, it's just flip the stock market. We could have all sorts of opinions on everything else, but we're unified in this one goal. Second of all, the goal is binary. So there's no real arguments about, well, like, did we achieve the mission or not? It's a yes or no. And if it's a no, then we keep going. Third, it is constructive. So it's not about agreeing that we don't like something or saying this needs to change. It's about envisioning a new reality that we believe in, and we just come together and assert it. We don't need any permission. We don't need anyone to solve our problems for us. We have solved the problem. We come together, and then we just make it happen. And then fourth, I said it's universally desirable. So it appeals to anyone who feels like the system is unfair, and that pretty much describes most people these days. And it's this combination of simplicity and universal desirability that enables such diverse populations to come together, even though they have competing interests. So you could be on the left, you could be on the right, you could be fundamentalist Christian, you could be an atheist. We could disagree on literally every political issue that exists, and yet we can all kind of come together as long as we realize that this mission is in our best interest. We could all cooperate and coordinate together to get this done. And this is how we can actually stay unified despite maybe disagreeing on every other thing. Okay, so now that we've seen how SPX resolves the initial dilemma, I want to talk about the underlying dynamics that result in a synergistic integration of agency and communion, and it creates this self-reinforcing cycle. So you can notice that this represents the exact dynamics I discussed earlier in individuals who have developed moral integration. And I'll just give a high-level overview of how this works before I go into some of the details. So first of all, individual pursuits are energized by meaning and purpose. People experience their individual goals as contributing to something much larger than themselves. And then those individual pursuits feed directly into the communal goal. So every project, every piece of content that someone makes in the context of SPX serves the end goal, which is to strengthen the movement by increasing visibility and spreading the message. And as the community grows and the movement edges closer to its goal, the sense of purpose also increases, and eventually there's financial gains. And these two outcomes then reinforce the individual pursuits that we have, and that then again pushes the movement closer to its goal. So what we have is this loop in which agency and communion continually amplify each other. They're not competing. They're both necessary, and they both fuel each other. So I'm just going to go unpack each aspect of that. So first of all, communal purpose gives meaning to agentic goals. People can translate their personal goals, which would otherwise be their personal private pursuits, and then they direct it towards contributing to the movement. And this gives their agentic goals meaning, purpose, energy, and motivation. Knowing that our talents are going to be appreciated by other people, that we're going to get encouragement, gives us a sense of validation, and it also gives us this sense that we are contributing to something much bigger than ourselves. And if you look at the movement, you'll see countless stories of people finding themselves and discovering and developing talents in service of the mission. So Southern Fried Chad is a good example that immediately comes to mind. He said that he's always wanted to have a YouTube channel, and through SPX, he has built up this audience, and his channel has become like a crucial pillar of this community. And 1% Aeon has been documenting his weight loss journey to lose 69 pounds. So he's turned... So he's basically turned his personal weight loss journey into this gigantic advertising campaign for SPX. And the community is also encouraging him to keep going. So these are all things that people would have been doing privately anyways. But what SPX does is it translates these personal projects into contributions to a shared mission. The same action now carries this larger communal significance. People feel appreciated, encouraged, and it motivates them to put more energy into their goals. And then next, agentic success fuels the movement. So individuality actually strengthens the movement in a very concrete way. So people are encouraged to develop their own talents and contribute to the movement in whatever way they see fit. And this results in this extreme diversity of talents, and they're all channeled towards the one thing, the one message. And it's like quite literally, diversity is the movement's strength. As people master their craft, whether it's editing, design, music, education, making memes, the overall quality and reach of the SPX messaging increases. The movement becomes more persuasive, more visible. It reaches people from all different walks of life, and it becomes more emotionally compelling. So I want to highlight that there's a sense where there's almost a responsibility or a duty to figure out who you are and become the best person that you can be. To be strong, healthy, to develop your talents, it's almost like there's a duty to flourish as an individual. The better you become as an individual, the more you discover yourself and develop your innate talents, the more powerful your contribution to the movement, and the more valuable you become to the community, and the more meaning you feel in your life. So the success of the movement loops back and fuels individual agency. So as SPX grows, individuals feel their efforts become increasingly consequential in a few different ways. So first, the movement's growth in itself increases this feeling that we are participating and contributing to something greater. As the movement becomes more influential, that sense of this really matters, this is really changing the world, increases. So our individual actions become more meaningful with time. And then on another level, our individual ambitions can generate larger impact. So a video that maybe you made that 5 people watched suddenly is going to be seen by 10, 100 people, 1,000 people. And so that gives validation as the movement grows. And then finally, there's the financial incentive. So as participation grows and the token appreciates in price, supporters experience tangible material gains. So those gains can be used to do things like buy better equipment or free up time. And it's in a very literal sense feeding back into our capacity to act as free individuals. And I mentioned the financial system or the financial incentive last for a reason. At the end of the day, financial freedom is necessary, but it's not sufficient for true individual agency. People who are primarily motivated by money are handicapped because money is inherently meaningless. It doesn't add meaning to your life, and so if that's your primary focus, you don't get to benefit from this virtuous cycle. The SPX movement, I think, is succeeding precisely because it understands this at a deep, intuitive level. It understands that the true success of a social movement only comes when it prioritizes individual flourishing, not money. So financial success is more the inevitable consequence, but it's not the first priority. And to use traditional investment terminology, the fundamental value of SPX is that it promotes human flourishing. That's the reason why it's going to be successful and why the price will rise, or why it is truly valuable. And as with any stock or corporation, the monetary value of the token is really just a reflection of that deeper fundamental value. So I'm going to zoom out again and just put this together. So if we step back from the details, what we're looking at is a kind of self-perpetuating system. Individual flourishing is directed to the communal purpose. Communal purpose gives meaning to individuals. That meaning further fuels individual growth, and this in turn promotes the communal purpose. The growth of the movement feeds the individual, and the growth of the individual feeds the movement. And we can look at this system at two different levels. So if we're looking at it from like through the lens of like a social movement, then it operates as kind of like this self-energizing and self-perpetuating coordination system. It doesn't depend on constant external pressure, funding, or coercion to keep going. As long as the basic conditions remain, so there's a simple shared goal and aligned incentives, the system tends to sustain and amplify itself. So it's essentially the social movement equivalent of nuclear fusion. And if we look at this through the lens of the individual, it's like, I think of it as a human flourishing machine. It gives believers a sense of meaning and purpose while simultaneously motivating them to reach their full potential as individual humans. So in other words, SPX can be understood as a social movement that both promotes and is fueled by eudaimonic well-being. Promotes and is fueled by individual flourishing. And so, in conclusion, SPX6900 is much more than a cryptocurrency coin. And if you came to this talk skeptical, I just hope that people can see that this is at least a very psychologically interesting movement. And if you're already part of SPX, my hope is that you leave with a clear sense of this larger pattern that we're all participating in. Thank you for listening to my talk. Thank you.
Good questions. Mancho, just a couple of minutes. Okay.
Questions? Yeah, we have questions. I have questions. Right. So I find it very interesting, and I'm glad that you put the financial aspect last, because what I've been learning since I've been in this group is this is the first time in cryptocurrency for me that, again, when everybody else is panicking, because I'm in this group, I don't worry about anything.
Right.
Because it's almost like a byproduct, right? The financial aspect is a byproduct of Chad having 220,000 automatic people that are possible abuse. You having an audience right now online that's 220,000 people, and people taking from this, whatever. So it was very interesting. I'm happy to see that as a keynote speaker, you put the financial aspect as basically a byproduct. If you live your good life and if you participate in the collective, that will come without the worry. And it's interesting because now you don't worry. Like for instance, I have a couple other businesses that got a little rocky this last month or two. And what kept me sane was, oh, I'm an SPX. Like, I don't have to worry about that because I know this collective is going to take off even bigger than it is. So, thank you.
Right. Yeah, I would say that when we're thinking about money, we're living in fear. And when we live in fear, we make really stupid decisions and mistakes. We essentially act like it's a trauma response. And we're not really thinking with our heads. And if we just focus on becoming the best people that we can be, finance and stuff usually comes as a consequence of that. Sorry, yes, you.
In your own, I'd like to know in your own life, what do you see flourishing, and like for you?
Yeah, I think personally, it's there's I guess there's a lot of things. I think it's helped me think about finance a little bit more. So I think this is essentially what SPX is teaching is essentially what I do as like a psychotherapist. I'm just like teaching people or like how to live without fear and to live intentionally. And this has taught me that as well. So it's like you can know the theory and everything, but you know, when it comes to like finance, right? It's scary. Finance is scary, right? I'm no longer. I don't feel that fear. Sorry,
I have one more question.
yeah.
I have one more question because it just hit me.
Sure.
So when we talk about utility as a perfect example, I believe I'm not sure the answer, but so has SPX actually made your thesis in the PhD easier?
Yeah, it's kind of made me I think about. It's actually kind of expanded what I want to do with my research and everything. So I've been working on this idea, this moral integration stuff, for my whole kind of career as a researcher. This is my thing, and finding that SPX has
Is this
they're
like a
kind of
live case study?
it's a live case study, but on a group level as well. So it's like we're teaching each other how to do this rather than like having a therapist kind of teach you or whatever. It's like we're all providing therapy on each other, right? The movement is healing us. Yeah. Sorry, that person at the back there. Yeah.
So this might be a little bit of a complex question, and you know, you can take your time on answering this.
Yeah.
It's no pressure, but like all the pressure too, because I do expect an answer now.
All right.
What has more S's and P's?
So-
What has more S's and P's?
I'm not actually sure. Guys, can you help me out here?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the answer is SPX6900, right? Yo, let's
It
go.
might be. I think it might be.
Hey, when does this book come out, man?
You know, it might come out at some point. The more I write about this, the more I want to keep writing. And yeah, SPX really just, it teaches you so much. So we'll see.
Let's put the book.
Give me a few years. Thank you
Thank
very
you so
much.
much, Polymetric.
Yeah, thank you, everyone.
Amazing lecture. A lot of materials preparation. I'll definitely, I think we'll keep discussing this like further online, and people will watch. And yeah, are there any questions from audience? Your online audience chat? No.
That was really excellent.
Thank you very much.
I did awesome.
When did you find SPX, or how did you find it?
Murad, and like in November when he did the talk, but then I had to kind of rethink about my whole concept of what value means in terms of money. So like basically first principles from the ground up, like what does it mean to be, what's good, what's value, what's a good investment, one that improves your life, not like one that goes up in number, but if your life improves, like if you're feeling stressed all the time and it's affecting your family, I don't care how much money you're making, it's a bad investment, right? Just like first principles, like what's good and what's bad. What's a good, does it make your life better, right? And then kind of, I figured out, okay, this is what a good investment should be. And then I was like, oh, there's all these people that are doing it already, cool, right? And then that's when it clicked for me,
Awesome.
So it took a while.
No? Okay. Again, thank you so much. We'll be going then. Now we'll have a panel called Hey Girls. Also, so as you've probably seen, we have pizza, so you guys can grab pizza and just like eat and listen and so on. So please grab. We need like a minute. We'll set up everything here. Yeah. Also, it's really cool to see Ticker Bitcoin guys here. More, we love you, Bitcoin.
Like the presentation.
Is it for me?
No. I might even do a video. That might be better. I was thinking of just like making my own. But yeah.
My wife was listening once you gave her the mic.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
I said my wife was watching, and
I'll
she
talk
said
to you.
she couldn't hear, but once you gave the mic, she was able to hear.
Yeah, I got the videos.
Cool, Aeons. Yeah, let's go further. So we now have for our first panel, Hey Girl. So we'll talk to our women, SPX girls, females, and I mean that's truly fantastic. I mean that people already talked a lot about this before. How many girls, females we do have in community, and that's truly a blessing. And yeah, let's go further. So we have today's panelist, Spacey.
Hi, everyone.
And Taylor.
Woo! Hey, guys.
And girl. Awesome. So let's go. So first question to you. How did you first discover SPX? What was the moment when it truly clicked for you? And so when you felt the kind of cognitive connection, how did it start? Spacey.
Sure. So I got into SPX6900 in August of 2023, and I had just seen some of the meme videos. Actually, it was the OG meme video that hooked me instantly. I did not buy right away, or maybe I might have bought a small bag. And then I had flown to California, but I could not get it out of my head. And because I was thinking about it the whole trip, I got back. I was friends with Cold, who's a big meme coin person on crypto Twitter. And I was friends with him on Friend Tech. And I remember him posting, this might be sort of a long-term hold. And it was about SPX. And that was kind of the reassurance I needed. And I just went for it. But when it really clicked for me was when, initially I just liked the memes. But when it clicked for me was when the dev rugged. It wasn't even like your conventional rug. It kind of had such a clean start. And when the dev originally rugged, they rugged the socials, but they didn't sell their tokens. They actually burnt their 6.9% allocation. So I was like, there's already something different fundamentally going on here. And Idea Hazard and a bunch of us, when the socials were gone, we kind of got into a Twitter space. And just hearing the sort of back and forth, like, do we stick with this and try and see if we can revive it, turn it into something? Hearing the way people doubled down that night, there was this sort of preliminary level of conviction that felt unusual. So for me, that was really when it clicked, was when the dev got out and seeing the community kind of like energize and like allocate roles to different people to rebuild this thing like instantaneously.
It's cool. Taylor, what about you?
My name is Taylor, and I'm a schizo-optimistic.
Bullish.
I remember I was going through like a really tough time in October, and I had been studying cults actually, and really getting into like, I've been in and out of AA for a long time. Alcoholics Anonymous has just been a part of like my family aura, and I saw like what belief can do to a human being, right? Because like in a community aspect, especially that per se. And I started to just study cults because, you know, AA tends to like lean towards being a cult, right? There's definitely like, to have a spiritual awakening, you have to work with other alcoholics. And so like, therefore you're giving cult labor. And so I was going through a really tough time. And on Instagram, this guy actually posted a chart of SPX. And it was this like random guy from high school that ended up like moving to Dubai to like trade crypto. And he posted this chart of SPX because like a couple of days before, I had walked into my dad's office and said, the number one thing for crypto is the narrative. And I saw SPX and I watched a Flip the Stock Market, I can't remember which one, and YouTube channel, and I just like fell in love, and I literally stayed up for like 3 days straight, just like literally like watching everyone's content, and became so obsessed about it. And I just like it just clicked so much for me, and I was just like, this is the one. That was 2 months ago, and now I'm here in Miami with all of you. It's pretty spectacular. I mean, I just can't even. So I feel blessed to be here.
Cool.
And go.
Well, and one started sprinkling facts here and there last March, I'd say. And then, as I've said before, crypto is something my dad does. So I was like, not going to be interested in that. And then I watched Murad's thesis. And this was like in the middle of the night in my basement in the pitch black. And I just like watched that whole video and felt like I was tripping on mushrooms. And then I watched an episode of Flip the Stock Market podcast. I think the first episode was out by then and I watched that. Maybe the first and second, but yeah. It was like a psychedelic experience for me. And it felt just insane and I wanted to be a part of it. And like you, I just started watching everyone's content and diving in and then joining spaces. And yeah, that was you.
Nice.
Amazing.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you. So crypto is typically very male-dominated and kind of toxic space. And kind of from your perspective, how SPX is different?
So I think in a way, we kind of socially engineered it to be different in the sense that at the beginning, there were very few girls, but the girls who were there were very much at the forefront. So I was there, Nicole was there, Candy was there. There were some people who were pretty vocal. You would see them on the timeline. And so what we decided was Aeons were going to be the NFT collection. It was kind of like the digital identity of SPX. And we would join spaces and someone would come up and be like, I hear this is like an all-girl community. Is that really true? And even the guys on the stage would be like, yeah, we're all girls with 23-inch waists. So it's kind of like the whole, it's a joke until it isn't, but we did that for the whole girl narrative a little bit. But I think it became that way, like girl-friendly, because of the whole no lewd, and everyone kind of stuck to these sort of moral frameworks in the content they were creating. So yeah.
A bit more like, were you originally aligned with this like vision, like with guys, with males about this ethics?
It wasn't like a reason to join this versus another coin. For me, it was more just like, I like things that are paradigm shifting.
Mm-hmm.
And this felt like it was paradigm shifting in all ways. Like, right, not the gender, not like abiding by any gender norms. Like it just was nonconformist in every sense. So that was the draw for me.
I don't think I really have like much of a history in crypto anyways. And so I didn't really see it as like being like a male dominant thing. Honestly, I didn't even really know that. But honestly, everyone's profile picture is of an Aeon girl, and the girl is still cute. So I felt comfortable posting about it. And I genuinely thought most of you guys were girls. And, and yeah, so SPX6900, yeah.
Same. I have never bought a coin before SPX. I'm not very well educated in that realm quite yet.
Got it.
But
okay.
It just felt comfortable. I align with the morals and values that everyone seems to hold. So.
But I mean, do you monitor the like industry overall, or like how other communities behave, or you really not care about this?
So I did start jumping into random spaces to see how conversation was, and I stopped doing that because it was really depressing.
Okay.
I know.
SPX fixes this.
I'm just saying. It was like really disturbing in some cases. So
that's true.
Fair.
Cool. Okay. Wonderful. Let's go to this one. So how has being part of SPX influenced your creative, emotional, and or spiritual path?
For me, creatively, it got me into making video content. So I was a part of the whole GameStop short squeeze saga, and I never made any content, but I idolized the video creators. And I realized that that was maybe one of the shortcomings of that movement, in that there were very specific people who kind of took that on as their role. What I think you see with SPX, and a lot of our video creators, like Hype being one of them, but not the only one, have literally hosted sort of informational sessions, streams, where they teach people how to use CapCut, how to build a video. And Hype does it really forward facing a lot of the time. He'll be like, I'm going to be streaming on Twitch. I'm going to be making a video. If you want to come to it, here's the link, or it's going to happen at this day, this time. And so I think there is a core group of video creators, but they're really good at like bridging the knowledge gaps to sort of empower everyone to make content. So for me, creatively, it made me sort of like test the waters and test my own boundary conditions and see if I could make something. So yeah.
So how did it push you exactly to the next step? Why you didn't, like, if you really enjoyed like the videos or like creations, but why you didn't start before, and how SPX helped you to do this? Like, was teaching,
I think the narrative is super inspiring, but it's also, there's a good balance of like inspirational, the whole movement aspect of it, flip the stock market, anti-establishment sort of sentiment, but also the schizo content. And I love the schizo content. So like, I want to make the kind of content that I want to watch. So I just started making stuff that I felt like was a little more schizo, because I feel like we need a good balance. If we're going to flip the S&P 500, we don't need our videos to look like TradFi. We need schizo stuff. I don't know. So for me, it's like aesthetically, we need to shift the paradigm too.
Also, and spiritually, something?
Spiritually, it reminded me that people like really are seeking a moral framework to operate under. And historically, they've looked to religion, organized religion, for this. But we've kind of been, I believe we've been programmed away from organized religion. And so there's this void that needs to be filled. And so for me, it's like, this is a great way to sort of enliven moral frameworks, just in a different context. And like, there is this like undertone of spirituality. If people don't have purpose, they have nothing. And so it doesn't, I might have different beliefs from Krishna, and Krishna might have different beliefs from Ilya, and so on. But there's this underlying sense of purpose, like my life has meaning, that I think SPX like brings to the forefront. So it was just a good vessel for moral frameworks, which people need, and for a sense of purpose.
All right.
That's very well said. Oh my God.
What she said.
I almost didn't want to go to the spirituality one, because I'm like, oh, it's so deep though.
Now repeat for lower 25% to like you.
So, yeah, I mean, it's amazing how like we can all come together globally, right? In that kind of aspect. So for me, I'd always wanted to post a video of myself talking about something that I actually care about. And I'd always been so nervous to like actually go on camera and like literally just like take a video of myself. And I'd always wanted to do that. But after finding SPX, I felt obligated, like this sense of like obligation to actually help the mission, because the mission is so at large and it's going to change so many people's lives. And it's already changed my lives. And I know that everyone sitting in this room, it's changed their lives. Like, yeah. And so I just posted a video of myself, like being super vulnerable about SPX. And I was like, this is it, you know? And it ended up getting like 50,000 views on X.
Oh, wow.
Because
That's amazing.
First video, right? I guess.
Yeah. It was like the first.
I remember it's just like this. That was super cool.
And I just felt like so much love from the community, and I had never felt like that in any other community, because I've been in a lot of communities like for self-help reasons, right? But like those communities never really had a financial aspect to it, right? So I could like financially gain from something, and that's like what I think was the catalyst for me to like go online and speak honestly about how I feel about this mission, right? Because flipping the S&P, that's crazy. Like, but it's already happening. So yeah,
It already happened in the future.
yeah,
That's right.
yeah. So I
Some spiritual influence? You
yeah,
felt something?
yeah. I feel more aligned to my sense of purpose and where I'm going to end up being. I feel more connected to other people, like genuine connection, and that's where I find my spirituality is through my connection through other people.
Right.
Because I genuinely love I love people so much. Like that's what I love, talking to people. Like last night we were handing around flyers and just like I was just like walking up to everyone saying like, "That's the next Bitcoin. Come on, get it." You know, like it's awesome. And I've never felt inspired like that, you know. So
Interlinked video was very kind of good context.
yeah.
That was synchronicity.
It's amazing.
Yeah. So
Awesome.
yeah.
And girl,
Oh,
what do you think?
well, spiritually, well, okay, so I graduated from college and moved and started working like corporate type job, and all of the things that I felt strong belief for from like 14 through college, I started really losing sight of, because my mind was very much in the like, oh shit, like I need to start making good money so I can buy a house and like take care of my mom one day, and all of the things. You get overwhelmed and you start to forget that you can have that life through following your passion. It seems unattainable after a while. And coming into this community made me remember like why I'm here and what I am capable of doing if I just do it and stop living through that fear-based reality. And yeah, creatively, like seeing Aeon1 having so much fun making all of his little memes, and then I started hopping into hype streams, and that like really was like, oh shit, like this is so fun. I want to be doing this. And just like having that sense of community back too. Like at school, I was in art school, so I was constantly like working with other people and speaking in front of people, talking about my work and getting work in exhibitions, and like had those structures that kept me feeling good and around other people. And I've just been like lonely AF, like working my job and not being around other people or creating. So now I'm finally like back in that headspace of I want to create, and this is what I want to do mainly, and be interacting with other people again, because that brings a very substantial amount of happiness in my everyday and makes me want to get out of bed. Like I've struggled with depression since I was a young child. So my specific depression can be treated without meds, and those things that I need include creating, communicating with other people on a daily basis, and following those things that bring me passion. So
Can I want to interject. Aeon Girl is really understating right now the creative element, and I think she should show off the shirt she's wearing, because she has literally designed this shirt herself, and I would wear this. I think anyone in this room would probably wear this shirt. It's sick. So had to throw some flowers, because
SPX Studios will be releasing it soon.
Super cool. And kind of what unique energy do women bring to SPX? How do you see that shaping the moment?
Unique energy that women bring. I think when you embody an Aeon, I think it invites you, whether you're male or female, to be empathic and like to receive other people's experiences and to kind of let that dictate the way that you treat them, right? One size doesn't fit all. And so I would say that's the main contribution to that feminine energy. Just being kind of like on the receiving end, and then responsive to the signal you have received, the specific signal you've received. Yeah.
That's cool.
I agree.
Taylor.
So the S&P 500, basically like the stock market financial structure, as mainly it's been male dominant, right? Like it's created by men for men, and this coin SPX 6900 actually embodies creation and like as to be a human being, right? Like we live on this planet and it's a feminine thing, right? Because there's constantly creation happening all around us. Like that's what we are evolving. And to evolve as a human being, you need to create in a community. And we just don't live in society anymore that kind of influences that for people. We just don't, because our financial structures are male dominant, like I said. Like I think that it's beautiful that we have 3 girls up here talking about a crypto coin at the first ever SPX 6900 conference. Like
And
that's
there's so many more.
Yes,
More to come.
yes. Like that says a lot about this community.
And we'll be here at the 50th conference and the 6900th conference.
Pretty much all of that. I think women are very nurturing, and I find it very nice to jump into conversation with other women who have the same passions that I do. And I don't know, I think I agree with what they have already said, but
Amazing.
yeah.
Cool. Yeah, and kind of concluding, let's talk about a bit more about the future, where I think like community heading, and kind of maybe some specific role or vision or of females that they can play in this, in flipping the stock market actually, and accomplishing all our other missions goals.
I think women with their maternal energy and instincts are inherently forward thinking. And so in one regard, I think like just our presence and the way Aeons interact on a larger scale beyond just the females in the community, I think onboarding people to SPX, especially who have no exposure to crypto, if they get onboarded to SPX first, it allows them to have like the most pure experience of crypto that they possibly can. So in a way, it's kind of our duty to ensure that their first experience, like if we're going to beckon people into decentralized finance, don't you want them to experience the SPX 6900s rather than the coins that are pump and dumps launched on pump.fun with no need to even know how to write a smart contract? So I think like if you want to keep crypto pure, it is your sort of duty to onboard people to SPX first. And the other thing I see forward thinking is people invest right now their retirement funds into the S&P 500. And I believe the future of SPX 6900 is people being able to invest their retirement funds in something much more pure, helping people understand what companies the S&P 500 is comprised of and how they have played an incremental role in the destruction of civilization. If we can sort of pose it that way, then they'll be looking for an alternative that is much more transparent and has sort of like a much more pure and pro-human agenda. And so I see people investing retirement funds in the S&P 6900.
Yeah.
Woo. Do you want to go first?
Sure. Future wise, I don't know. When I think about the future, I just think like, what does a peaceful life look like? And I think you know, there's a lot of similarities in that future that we're all envisioning, but like everyone is different. So I think that this is just a vessel to create whatever future aligns with you specifically. And it's opening a door for so many things. I have no idea what could come out from it. So many things that we probably can't imagine right now. But yeah. Well, does that answer the question?
Yeah, sure. You
Um,
wanna go?
First thought that comes up whenever I talk to girls about crypto in general, it's more of like, oh, that's like a pump and dump scheme. They don't want to understand it. It's really hard to talk to females about crypto just in general, right? But the DCA culture in SPX 6900 is the one thing that we can actually promote and talk about to other females because it's easy to understand.
True.
Right? Like dollar cost averaging is actually one of the biggest gifts in this community that we are actually promoting, because it actually so the time compound of money actually inflates over time, and you can make more money if you DCA over time, right? That's just the way that with inflation, that's just the way it works, right? And so I think that it's going to be really important for us to talk to females about DCAing. Because it's really easy to explain. And I think that emotionally for females, it just makes more sense,
Yeah.
right? Like it just makes a lot of sense to me. That's why I got so behind SPX, was because like, oh, you're telling me that I can just put $5 in a day. Like that's easy, right? And then like you can watch it grow because it's a savings thing. And I can just like save a little bit, and like that's my my SPX account is my savings account right now.
Same.
You know, and I'm like looking at it like that because like I know so many females that are not saving and they're spending it on makeup.
Yeah.
You know, and
and most females that like I've talked to, like they have that emotional connection and reaction to it, but they just don't understand the finance side of it.
Right. And so I feel like it's important for us in the future to like really kind of come up with a way to explain it.
Right.
That's easy. You know,
my friends want me to have I said this on a space with you. We're going to have a presentation night where we all get together and we present whatever we're interested in at the moment. And I want to have a presentation to explain it thoroughly to them without just being like, watch the Murad video.
Right. Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah.
And to that point, I think you're 100% on to something. So my coworkers, I am a science teacher, and I have onboarded my entire science department. They're all SPX holders. And one of the women in my department, who's in her 50s, actually she's late 50s, early 60s, I'm not sure. But she actually was the one who suggested to me, we should all have a night, kind of like when people sell Tupperware, like a Tupperware party, but instead, it's SPX.
Yeah.
And she was like, we could watch Murad's thesis, and you can just go through like all the videos that you think are the most important.
This is going to be a 12-hour session.
But actually, when you just said that, like making it like accessible, Tupperware parties. Like, that's really the inspiration. We got to have a magazine, but instead of it having products you can buy, I mean, I guess it could have like apparel, whatever. But instead of it having like products, it could be like informational stuff. Onboarding to crypto, onboarding to SPX, and like how to actually do it in writing some kind of pamphlet. And yeah, like you get together, there's food, there's drinks, whatever. There's video content that helps us sort of translate what's going on. We're like the liaisons between the realms. So like, what literally like what? There is no chart. What does that mean? So we'll be there to like translate. But yeah, I think you're definitely right about that. Just making it accessible.
I think it's really important. I've actually been working at a financial firm for like the past year and studying for the Series 7. And so I just see like the benefit of DCAing, you know, and that's it, you know? So.
Awesome. I love that. No, I think that was brilliant. And yeah, guys, any questions to? And yeah, please.
about the point of Schilling explaining it to females. What do you think? Because a lot of guys that are in crypto already and kind of know what it is, they understand that monetary aspect. They don't really think long termist and kind of that emotional resonance side. Like, what do you think could kind of bolster that into more of a going down that pure alignment that we all kind of have here in SPX? I feel like females are more receptive to that. So I personally shield it when I show girls. Guys are like, oh, is this going to 100x? Like, I'm like, dude, I don't want to talk about that. All right, we don't talk about that.
Yeah.
But what do you think are kind of good like tactics, I guess, you could use when you're kind of explaining to, say, one of your girlfriends that are like fully disinvolved from crypto and like that don't really care about staking and think long termist, but they kind of want, like Ann girl said in the space once, it's a vessel of hope. I think that's a great way to explain it.
My girlfriends are very much the type who are like, we want to live in a better world. Like, we have a vision for the future. How can we create that in our reality? So just like popping off about it and explaining how I feel about it and what it's doing for me, they're like, this is amazing. But I haven't gotten to that point yet where I've gotten them to like download the app and like make the purchase, but they all want to. I don't know where the bridge connects quite yet.
Yeah, like they almost have to experience it for themselves.
I feel like I need to be there and do it for them.
Right. Like I typically will onboard my friends with just a couple, like 25 tokens or something like that. And I'll tell them just hold. I don't even tell them about the process of swapping and selling. I'm like, you are not selling this. You're holding this. This is a gift from me. You can DCA, keep buying. But yeah, that is a good point. Like, you have to kind of walk them through it and take them through like baby steps and things like that. But they definitely want, they would consider themselves idealists. And I think that is something that they should really have to kind of feel out and get involved with. Like, get on social media, like kind of.
That's what I keep
create
telling
an alt,
them. Like, get
yeah.
in X and start hanging out and actually seeing it.
Right.
I think there's possibly room for a narrative that's kind of like taking it a step further. Like, women got the right to vote, but like, you really vote with your money. And it's kind of like, this is impactful for all sides of the spectrum, right? Like, this is not only a narrative to get females interested in this, but it's like literally what you invest in is like what you are voting for. So when you buy the S&P 500, you're buying into like, BP, who had the oil spill, and like, I'm not going to go through the companies, but there are very many companies, the infertility due to, like the pesticides, and like, you can go through the companies that comprise of the S&P 500. And there are very many of them that are doing a significant amount of destruction. And so do you want to put your funds into that? Is that what you want to invest in? And therefore, is that what you want to vote in favor of? And so I think, like, when I was talking to a lot of my sister got her PhD at Harvard, and she was in the biochem department, but lived with people in biochem, chemistry, bio, comp sci. And so when I was talking to them, some of them are females, they were very receptive to sort of that narrative, if you want to call it a narrative, but I think narrative doesn't really do it justice because it's just the reality of it. So I don't know, I think that's a good perspective, but just to sort of zoom out to something that's less like technical or specific, it's just like Aeon Girl said, a better world is possible. If you believe in this, this is the way to go. More transparency. Look at what happened when they turned off the buy button on Robinhood for the GameStop short
Exactly.
So like, this is, you are your own bank. Like, I think the concept of be your own bank and there being no middleman, that's a big one too. That worked for my department to onboard them. So.
Good points. I like that.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think that was amazing start, our first panel. And yeah, I think we'll be continuing, and now is the time to chat, to talk to our community, right? Yeah, thank you, girls.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hey girl, love you girl. Love you girl.
Can you connect the microphone to laptop?
Trying to think. I mean, we can have the mic. Where's the sound coming from? Is it coming from the TV?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'd have the mic. We have a mic placed next to the TV. Does that make sense? Yeah, I'll just have a mic next to the TV.
Yeah, if you guys want to talk, where they will talk. To the microphone?
I was saying I could have the mic.
They will listen themselves.
That wouldn't make sense. So
Yeah, no. We need to. I mean, we can talk or just through laptop, or if I can connect the microphone and.
I think it's a sign that it's able to.
We will connect.
I'm trying to think.
No, yeah, I mean, we can just try. Laptop and
I think there's gonna be some. They're gonna hear something twice.
We can just invite everyone here.
Yeah.
And we will be on the stream and just hang around for some time and talk through laptop. That's it. Yeah.
And I think just having the mic in this area, there will be. I mean, if they're listening to the stream and that, they're going to hear themselves twice.
Right.
No way.
Okay. Yeah, for Mike, yeah, we will just hang it here. And I will give it to. Okay.
That's what we'll do. You understand what I mean? So, and then when they're talking, just try to keep it close to the TV.
Yeah.
Or
I wonder, maybe we mute ourselves and only talk to stream, and they listen us to other things. I mean, so we're listening to them here and talk to the stream.
Right. So you want to connect to where they can hear They can hear us through space.
That's actually interesting. It's actually
Uh,
really thought about it.
So if we're not connecting,
Okay, so this is.
we can just talk to the mic.
I will be able to. I will be able to connect now.
Yeah,
Okay. You have to use that right.
Yeah.
In space with the laptop.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, let's do this one.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little.
Okay.
I can't think about it.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Super early stages.
Oh, no worries.
There was something very attractive about the fact that it was like very early.
Yeah, my mail just a minute break and I'll
And then everyone's
we'll join.
pretending to be a girl.
We'll join them and speak.
And the whole was like, yeah, like a lady.
Yeah. Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's good. The picture is a little fuzzy, but we just say that it's Aeonified. But the sound is good. The sound is perfect, so we can hear everything really well.
Okay, that's good. I need to bring more people.
I just turned it off.
You turned off?
You're on.
Okay, cool, nice.
Is that Ilya talking?
Yeah, that's Ilya.
What a king.
Guys, you wanna join us chatting? We need to organize it better. So now we have here Krishna and Gulay. Here is the microphone. We're talking.
What if I just join on my phone?
I don't know. I'm not sure if the sound will be good. Yeah.
I have a party for my birthday and everyone is waiting for me. I'm late and I cannot move. I'm too euphoric looking at the light. I cannot move.
You have a birthday party you're going to?
Yeah, it's my birthday party from France because it was my birthday yesterday.
Yeah.
And they are waiting for me now. And I just want to see the light.
Thank you. Let's finally, we should be good now to go. Let's chat a bit. Let's share with our community. Aeons who couldn't join us unfortunately, but yeah. What do you feel?
Yeah,
so far?
We love you.
Love you, Mike.
We love you, girl.
Love you, girl.
What's up, Mike? Love you.
Mike. His name is Tuco now.
Tuco is taco.
Love you, girl.
Krishna, you want to tell something? What do you think?
What's going on, guys? Krishna
pizza.
here. I just having some pizza.
Wow.
No, I'm glad to have everybody on
panel was a
Spaces.
banger.
Yeah, in real life, it's this is an amazing event, and blessed to be here, blessed to meet everybody. It's been amazing, and this is just the beginning. So, yeah, this is a big conviction builder in all of us for sure.
Oh,
just
what
to
a
know,
loud voice!
Just to know that we're all humans. But yeah, Jesse.
Well, what's up, Tuco? Dr. Jesse here, the bald and the beautiful part of SPX.
Guys, do you hear well on space now? Can you hear? Jesse, I mean.
Yeah.
You there? Can you hear me?
We can hear.
Well, we're thankful that you guys are here listening. It's been a revelation. It's been really neat to meet people in real life. It's either been better than you could have possibly imagined to see all these people and actually the minds. And for me, the most important thing is the connection. I think everybody, as soon as I pulled up, I got people jumping on me. 1% over here, like Dr. Jesse's here in the house, and we just connected immediately. But I'm glad you guys are listening. I love your new haircut. Reminds me of me.
Yeah, just being able to meet the other Aeons and have deep conversations with them, get to know them, why they're in SPX, their thought process, and every word that just comes out of these guys, I'm just like resonating so heavy. I'm feeling the same exact thing, and it just makes me feel so euphoric and so excited and energized. And for me, I've struggled with just finding meaning and purpose with work. I studied finance and economics thinking like, oh, I'm gonna go into Wall Street and make a lot of money, but just I couldn't even handle an internship, a corporate internship. It was just so soul crushing for me, and I knew it was gonna be a struggle for me to find a way in this world to make it essentially. And I know a lot of people feel the same way, whether they're in jobs that they hate or maybe they like the job but it just doesn't pay enough. You're stuck both ways. So I'm glad that this came to all of us, and allows us to, achieve eudaimonia within ourselves and also for the community. And if we improve individually, we share our work, share our creativity with everybody else, you're going to have an amazing community to support you and encourage you, and that flywheel just keeps growing, and then that just going to snowball and compound from there. You know, the skills that I've developed and learned, like I've never spoken in front of this many people before and like this confidently, or made videos before. This all new, and it just feels so great to be part of this thing. And yeah, I love you guys.
That was amazing, undeniable, Krishna. Guys, I just want, if you're online and you didn't get a chance to see the opening keynote, I urge you with all my heart to look at Polymetric's lecture, because it really blew me away, and not many things blow me away anymore, but it was really, really good. So thank you for preparing that, because I know that took a long time to prepare, and it means a lot.
Anybody else want to?
Guys, you have any questions?
Yeah, by the way, one more thing, sorry. That lecture will be right up there with Murad's Token 2049, just so you guys know.
This is Token 6900.
Token 6900, exactly.
Guys, you have any specific questions? Slow to them. Really? Oh, there until.
Lost him.
Does Polymetric have written notes and stuff for his lecture? I would love to have it like transcribed into a written form to like spread around on X and stuff.
I have like, they're not like, they're just kind of more point form, but I'll probably create something that we could spread.
Also, we can take the transcript.
Awesome.
We can take the transcript from the stream as well. I mean, so that'll be literally it.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, awesome. The slides would be cool to have too.
Okay then, yeah, I think we can go further through our agenda because we still have a lot to discuss. Yeah, but guys, feel free to write questions, comments, feedbacks, whatever, through stream, YouTube, or DM us. We're also checking. Anyway, it was really cool too. So it's connection of IRL Cognisphere with online Cognisphere.
Persist forever.
Persist forever.
We love you guys and girls.
Love you, girls.
Love you, girls.
All right. Cool. Yeah. Let's go further with our second panel, Chad. I think will moderate, right?
Yeah, we get them all hooked up.
Awesome.
Wait, we gotta get Azkura in here. Is there another way to add? Because Azkura is early believer.
Yeah.
We gotta get Azkura. If possible. Thank you so much.
No, it's not specific to anyone, so.
Azkura. Do you want to pull your chair back if you need it? And I'll loop out also.
This makes more sense.
Yeah.
Whenever you talk, either lean that way or this way.
Oh no!
The floor is auto healing.
Yeah. Floor is Does it sound okay? Christian, you can, yeah, just let me know. Hey, Christian, can you hear me good? Can you hear me good?
Who's auto healed just
I'll
as
say
this?
something real quick.
Testing, mic test.
Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2.
No, you'll lean to me.
Test 1, 2. Test.
Oh, my shit's
Test
falling.
1, 2. Test 1, 2.
Okay, we're all good. We're all good.
There we go. Yeah, we're all audible.
Yeah, let me know if you see anything in the chat that's weird. Or is the frame good, Krishna? Okay, cool.
I'm gonna hit start on mic.
You got it recorded? Okay. Hey everyone, it's Southern Fried Chat again here. That's how it started, obviously. But yeah, I'm happy to moderate the early believers panel here. We have
Ascara.
Aeon 1.
Joe 420.
Space,
of course. So it's awesome that y'all are here, and it's a pleasure again to moderate you all. And first thing I wanted to ask is, how did the early days shape what SPX is today?
That's an interesting question.
You'll start, Nicole?
Sure.
Okay.
I think the early days, everyone kind of took it upon themselves to generate a lot of content. And so right out the gate, SPX had an unusually large library of memes, but specifically memetic videos, which I think differentiates us from a lot of other coins because our content is really dynamic. And so I think that laid the groundwork for future content to come out to be primarily video heavy rather than static memes. And then the other side of it is just SPX has kind of died and come back to life so many times. And that happening so early on, literally the beginning of September was the first dev rugging socials, because we were able to show that conviction and unconditional persistence was able to revive this project and revive our mind share. Later times when different catalysts happened, whether it was market driven, like the macro wasn't looking good, or whether it was, someone selling a large bag, like the Coach candle, we were able to survive because historically we had already sort of seen that as long as we sort of persist through this, everything will be fine.
Yeah, kind of built a bit of a bedrock layer almost, or it's just there is a floor, and it's not like a price floor or anything like that, but there is it's not just a free fall. This can't go away. This is an idea. It does exist, and that is just true.
Yeah, I remember in the early days, I thought the auto heal was a part of the contract, and then I figured out it was literally just everybody.
Their belief.
It was their belief, yeah. Literally, I was like, watch this. I was showing my brother, and I was watching everything going crazy before the whole no chart meme came out. But then eventually, we stopped focusing on it, and auto heal just did its job.
Yeah.
I think the early Aeons really stuck to the rules and ethics. Way when we were worth nothing, we were worth 5 million market cap. We were you post a chart, you're getting blocked, you're getting spammed by 20 people. You post a lewd meme, you're gonna get yelled at by Mong, you're gonna get attacked. So like the rules and like the strict ethics you see today was like 2 years ago.
Yep.
So
Nice.
Yeah.
Is it surreal to be sitting here right now doing a panel for SPX 6900?
Totally. I'll shout out Oscara and also Joe as being some of the only people at the first official SPX event ever, which was at NFT NYC in April of 2024. We had this little, a club kind of allowed us to use their back section. We had stickers, we had glasses made by Mayo. Wild Mayonnaise is his handle on X.
I like
and those glasses, if you put them on, it would turn every light into hearts, like rainbow sort of spectral hearts. So they were kind of like rave glasses, but they were SPX coded because they had like the logo on the sides. And so that was the first official IRL event that was like dedicated to the SPX community. And they were there for it. So just to see the juxtaposition of like how many people took a proactive role in organizing this event. This event had so many different people who just kind of fell into, I'm gonna take this role on as my own, and like just held themselves accountable to seeing the vision through to the end. It is very surreal to be at like what feels like our first maybe real and like larger scale event. So
Yes, I agree. At first I was gonna say like no, it actually doesn't feel surreal at all. This just feels the same as it did that day in New York, and how it feels on Twitter Spaces, and how like this is what it is. Like we are here, we are all unified behind this idea, and it's been that way since the beginning. But then at the same time, yes, it is a little surreal. Like looking at this while we were setting up this morning and people were rolling in, and when I saw the first couple people who were not a part of this at all, who came in from the street and were like looking around and like giggling at like our art and the memes on the walls and like asking about what it is, and I was like, someone mentioned earlier talking about the first Bitcoin conference or something, and how it had nobody at it. Or everyone knows about that famous guys, giving a lecture to an empty room. We're already infinitely farther than that. There's not 0 people here. There's like 40 of us in here.
Mm-hmm.
So like and this is the first event. It's just, it is a little surreal to like think that this could actually, well, it is the beginning of, more. Like we're always expanding and everything's always evolving further.
Yeah, I was gonna say it didn't seem super surreal to me because I've seen how much our community comes together in general. Like when we did the 7-day spaces, it was like everybody was rolling in whenever they could, as much as they could. So seeing everybody, yes, that was surreal. Like just putting a face to everybody's name and just seeing everybody is awesome. That's the surreal part to me. But I knew that everybody would come together. So yeah. What about you?
yeah, super surreal. Like I did not think we would get this far, honestly, but I think we'll be surprised how far we take it.
Nice.
From here, yeah.
Yeah, well, that kind of leads me to my other question. Like, how do you see the movement evolving? Like, what's the next step here?
I personally think that the next step is, I mentioned this in an earlier panel, but I think we do need to onboard people who have not gotten any exposure to crypto. But I also think that the next step, because I want retirement funds in. I think also the next step is giving a lot of institutions and VCs are actually interested in buying SPX, but they literally are not allowed under the frameworks that their fund operates because it's too volatile. So they can't have direct exposure. So getting them exposure in the way that they're able to get exposure, which in turn would also buffer the coin. If we give them a proxy vehicle to get exposure, it will also buffer the coin from having institutions in the coin itself. If that's the only sort of access point for them, I think that we can give them that access point. So for me, that's one of the next sort of steps. But
that would go.
I had an idea that I just blanked on. You should go if you're ready to speak.
I think just everybody, I think we're taking a lot of steps already. I think everybody just keep on creating, onboard other creators, teaching people. I feel like that's the more everybody sharpens their skills. I feel like the more our community will grow in general. And I've already been seeing that happening. Like people are learning how to make clothes. People are learning how to make videos. They're learning all the new AI. Like before all of this, I didn't know how to do any sort of generative anything. And it's really given me the platform to like go crazy, like see what I can do with it, you know?
Yeah.
Honestly, I think we're on the right track. I think Murad emphasizes this a lot, but we got to get out of Twitter.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
I'm like 24/7 addicted to Twitter. Reddit is bearable. Reddit is not too bad, but TikTok, I gotta like force myself.
TikTok's hard, bro. Yeah.
I remember what I was gonna say. I was just gonna add on actually when she mentioned the whole like peer entry to crypto with SPX being like your first onboarding experience. That is, I think, something that we should try and focus on a little bit more, even because like when I have managed to onboard people, like, you know, in my local community and stuff, like at pickup basketball and things like that, like when they don't know anything else and they get into this and they hear, you know, about what we're doing and how passionate we are like about this and everything, that is then they're just like, that is their intro to crypto. And they're going to assume that there's probably more than that. Like, this is not it, you know, like this is just a surface level thing. So it's like, I don't know, it's a lot better than most people just seeing on the news who's getting robbed or, you know, which country is money laundering or anything like that. Like this is an actual, you know, utility. But like,
I want to add to what you just said too.
Yeah, no, go now.
So in addition to that, there's two other things that I think we should be doing. I think to get out of our echo chamber, we're like compelled to do panels like this because it's like a crypto space that we've cultivated. But we need to go into the spaces where no one's talking about crypto and no one's talking about SPX, and we need to sit on those panels. Or like, for example, I'm a teacher in a school district, and occasionally you can like host a professional development. Coworkers have literally said to me, I host something to teach people about SPX and teach them about decentralized finance. So if we can all think of our respective sort of spheres of influence and find ways to onboard through those sort of vessels, I think that's a good way to get out of our echo chamber. And also, I really want to find, like, we need to infiltrate mainstream media. So I want to see like SPX commercials on TV. Like, nothing is stopping us from doing that. So we should probably start to, I don't know, coordinate to make space for ourselves there as well.
By Super Bowl ad.
Yeah. Let's make it happen.
Yeah,
Murad, if you're out there.
Kind of going along with that, and you all touched on it a bit. How would you explain SPX to someone who doesn't know crypto at all?
I can start this.
You want?
Sure. I don't
You go
care.
for it.
I mean, whenever I am talking about it, I usually just kind of like, you got to give a little intro, and like GME is the most comparable thing. So if they have heard of the GameStop movement, definitely make sure to like bring that up right away, because it's just comparable, especially if they've seen the movie. I had not seen the movie until like last year, because I was like, I don't know, I vaguely know what happened and enough. But then when you watch the movie and you're like, wait, this is like a movie about SPX, but like it's just GameStop, and it's like way less in control of the people, and like it was kind of an almost impossible mission, but was still done. This is not an impossible mission. So like, yeah, that's really, I mean, that's kind of really the enough for most people. I mean, you compare it to that, you explain that there are more benefits than just money with these things. You explain, you know, how it, like I talk about how it's changed my life, and you know, the social connections I've made from it and things like that, and just how the space actually does have more to it than just money. So emphasize that and maybe GameStop. If they haven't heard of it, then you guys start at square zero. But
Yep.
Yeah. I feel like a lot of people, like a lot of people that I've onboarded, it's been like just people that have no experience, like no stock or even crypto experience. So this seems like such a unique idea to them. And I think just the amount of stuff that we have online and all the resources and all the people doing stuff together, like really resonates with people because they've never seen anything like it before. And yeah.
Yeah, go for it. I just say it's the next Doge. Like I think everyone knows what Doge is, and I think everyone, like subconsciously, we know the next GME and the next Doge is coming. We just don't know when. It's soon. It's been a while.
We might know.
Like we don't know what it's going to be. I believe it's SPX6900. So
We might know. My unicorn.
So the reason this is complicated for me to answer is because depending on who I'm speaking with, I start differently. So like, for example, for my coworkers, I was able to get my whole science department to get into SPX. And for them, they had watched me be successful with Dogecoin.
Nice.
So like, I already had that as kind of like, almost like a credibility check of like, okay, this went really well and they all missed out on that. So now they're just like, so what are you doing right now? What should I invest in? Like, so for them, it was kind of just more based on historically, they had seen things go pretty well for me because I'd gotten to Dogecoin before Elon had called it. And so yeah, but what I say to them is kind of like, if you want to analogize it to Doge, I kind of think it's a false equivalency.
Yeah.
And the reason I think so is because Dogecoin did a lot of beautiful things, and I'm not going to negate the value of what they did. They did, in practice, create this amazing sort of like, you're always trying to achieve network state. And one of the things Dogecoin did really well that I think SPX could still do better is like they created a platform where if you make a meme, someone can tip you in Dogecoin. So these are things like the whole peer-to-peer transaction of things is something that we should aspire towards. So I just wanted to give Dogecoin its due, but most of retail that got into Dogecoin because it was at the same time as the GameStop short squeeze saga. And some people were just investing in whatever Elon said. So a lot of people who got into Dogecoin didn't get in for the depth or the sense of purpose like they do with SPX. They actually got in because it was kind of the cute meme. And so that was like, SFC and I had discussed this on his podcast already, but I kind of see SPX as like, it's more than just the aesthetic, but there's like a sense of meaning and like a deeper purpose that we have this like shared purpose collectively that we're all like trying to act sort of aspirationally towards. Yeah, that's how I framed it to them. To other people, mentioned in the earlier panel that like if it's people who are in academia, I'll kind of hit it from the like, here are the companies that comprise of the S&P 500. How do you feel about investing in these companies when here are some of the outcomes that are attached to their practices? And if you frame it that way, it's pretty easy to see that there might be a better path otherwise. And like Joe already said, the GameStop thing for people who know. So the narrative changes depending on who the audience is.
Well, yeah, I mean, I like, I'm like tired, so I like for some reason didn't touch on that at all. But that is, there is no universal shill. That is actually a very big thing that you need to know is you do not ever start your shill the same way for every single person because it will just be so soulless sounding, no matter how passionate you are about it. Like when you're getting into these shills, you really do need to think about who you're talking to. It's usually helpful to be talking to them a little bit first so you have some sort of background about them so you can cater more towards what they might be interested in. And then, yeah, you're just looking to kind of hit home on the parts of SPX that they can most relate to because there's enough aspects of the project that I feel like everyone has something to relate to. Like Space was talking about onboarding coworkers who have seen her with Doge. There are also, you know, I always think about like when I'm onboarding anyone who's like anyone under the age of 40, honestly. I mean, and it doesn't matter that much on that age specific thing, but it's like, we're just kind of in this era where everyone is basically born into debt, and we're all in the same boat together, and we all have like the capacity to change that if we work together. So like, just kind of putting out into perspective that like, this is a way to take a risk to potentially change your life for the better. And in regards to debt, you're like, you have debt no matter what. And if you say you're working with $100 and you're like, I would like to put $100 into SPX and see what it does, if that goes to zero, you're still in the same debt, and you would have been forever. And now you have, you lost a little money, I guess, but it's like, that's money that you maybe would have used on something else, like maybe going out on the weekend, or like anything that is,
right, your vices,
consumerism
or something.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yes. And so like, yeah, that's usually how I phrase it. Like, don't go out for one weekend and then and take a chance to change your entire life.
Yeah,
go for it.
Yeah, like, I think for a lot of people, especially if you're under 30, if you lose 50K or you lose like your whole bank account, you're still broke. You're still in the same position.
Yes.
Which is why I all in crypto in 2023. That's why. So I got it.
Yeah.
I was gonna make another point about onboarding too. A lot of people that know that I'm into crypto will always message me being like, "Hey, what's the next play? What's the next play? What's the next play?" And I'm always like, "SPX6900." They'll ask me months after months after months.
There is no next play.
And there is no next play. I just told them like, I don't trade. I literally don't trade. I throw in, whatever money I can, whether it be, kicking a bad habit. I stopped like smoking weed pretty much. Like, I'll only do it if somebody's like offers me a joint or whatever. And I'll take that type of money and DCA with it. It's like every little bit adds up. And I think a lot of people aren't used to just doing something as simple as that and just not trying to chase the next thing,
And that's a beautiful thing too, because that changes people's time preference from high time preference to low time preference, which is a good thing. How has SPX changed each of you? You started on.
I am like you could consider me like an alpha female in a sense, to where like, I like, if I know something needs to get done, I'll just do it myself. And I'm not the kind of person to seek outside help. But SPX, I would say the best thing that it has done for me was sort of like, make me realize how much bigger something can be if you do it in conjunction with other people who have different skills, different expertise, different perspectives. It's so much bigger and so much more impactful on a broader scale if there are many different minds coming together to work on one thing. So I think for me, I can be like a little bit like egocentric in a way, but it's also just like, I know if I do it, I'll get it done. And I can't always trust, but fortunately, this community kind of like naturally filters out the people who aren't willing to like work hard to some end goal. And so like, there's no fear if I collaborate with a group of people in this community that the job will still get done. In fact, it'll get done to an even greater extent than I could have conceived of. So.
What about you, Joe?
The biggest change for me probably was finally like accepting that truly most people running crypto projects and everything are actually just extractive, and it is completely useless, and they're just hitting you with smoke and mirrors and everything. Because I like the whole like DCAing and holding an SPX ethos that we have, like, has been my whole ethos for the last 5 years since I've been in crypto. It just happened to like that. I realized when I found SPX that I had been just looking for SPX for 5 years. So like it I don't know, it feels like I finally understand what I'm trying to do, which is nice. Like I'm not just like fishing in like a giant ocean looking at like just being like, I don't know. Because I just like for the last 5 years I was buying and holding things and working my ass off for them. Well, say that, but it's like making content, doing things like that, and trying to trust people, and like you can't trust people. And I was kind of getting really sick of that, and kind of felt like I was never going to find a group of people I could actually trust in crypto. And then it was nice to see that I can believe that that does actually exist, because then I found SPX, and well, now we're here.
Nice.
So I don't know.
I definitely resonate with what you just said. Like, I feel like I found home. Like, I feel like I was in so many other different projects that had a very central point of control, and SPX like is just like, I mean, the dev decided to bless us and burn, was it 6.9%?
That's right.
Glorious.
And then everybody, like, I don't know, when I joined the TG and I saw Space was in there, I was like, we didn't tell each other about it.
Yeah.
I just recognized that there was a lot of good people already in the project. But yeah, it's changed me, because I've just, it's been cool just to build with other people, and like we're all just doing our own labor, you know, like it's cool to be able to have a group of people just, you know, trying out different things and seeing what works. I don't know.
I think if you gravitate towards SPX, or like you attract it or you like it, I think you're already like a good-hearted and pure person. I think that's like 90% plus the case. Like, we attract like good, wholesome people that aren't scumbags. And like, little thing on Twitter, like, you know, like, we're no PvP. Like, there are times where people shit talk SPX, or like I want to attack them right back, or I want to say something toxic. Like, that's not something an Aeon should do, and I delete it, or like, okay, I can't, you know, no PvP.
That's a really good point. Yeah. It makes you think about what you're doing too, like online. That's really good.
Yeah, it really does.
Sure. Yeah, I have not tweeted / quickly deleted more things ever in the last year. Like, 'cause I will post and I'll be like, wow, no, that is rude and makes me look like an asshole. Like, just don't like in. Just not. Yeah, I had like the whole phase for like a while where I was like waking up and arguing with people on Twitter. Like, one of the first things I was doing in the morning, I was like, this is horrible. This is so negative. Like, I'm only putting out negative energy by doing this. Like, so it's nice to like think about SPX and like not engage with anything that makes me mad anymore.
Yeah,
that makes a lot of sense. Quick time check. How much time do we got for this?
Yeah, maybe last question.
One more question?
Yeah.
I have one longer question and one quick question. Is that okay? Okay. What was your aha moment with SPX? Like, when did it finally click for you? When you switched from short-term thinking about it to long-term thinking about it?
The aha moment really came after Idea Hazard, like the coach candle. So January of 2024, the market conditions were really rough on a macro scale. And everything looked like it was kind of just slow bleeding. And at a local bottom, Coach is what we called him, because he used to hold daily Twitter spaces that were called volleyball practice. He sold during a volleyball practice, during a Twitter space. And because we were at a local bottom and sentiment was so bad in the broader market, it really kind of sent the chart in free fall. The chart, we know that doesn't exist, but it sent the chart into free fall. And for a brief moment, the chart came back into existence and everyone kind of was looking at it. And it was like, oh shoot, this thing like actually might die. But it didn't. And I had an aha moment I would say it started at ETH Denver, or a couple of weeks leading up to ETH Denver in February. That was like, this is all in our own hands. And like, this being a decentralized project, we literally have the power to change the trajectory of this if we choose to. And I decided I was going to choose to do what I could to change the trajectory. And I partnered up with Wild Mayonnaise. And we went to East Denver and we shilled to every single person with all of our heart and souls. And people were market buying on the spot. We were showing them the Schizo website, the old website that some of you have probably not even seen. It was like an AI Marie Rose that you could talk to, and it would say things back that were kind of like Aeon coded. And so we were showing them the website. They were laughing hysterically at the website. They're like, flip the stock market, flip the S&P 500's market cap. I'm buying into that. People were just market buying on the spot. And it was like, okay, this still can get mind share. And in fact, it might be our absolute blessing that we have this sort of phoenix moment and we can like rise out of the ashes again, like we did in the past. And that was when I realized that if I'm going to invest in something, the best place for me to invest is to invest in myself. And if this is partially in my hands and it's in the hands of my friends and people I've come to really trust, because we already stuck it through all of the previous chaos together, I had a lot of confidence we were going to continue to ride this thing out. And so that was when it really shifted into, this isn't about money anymore. It's like testing the limits of like human potential. Like, how far can we go with this when we actually get together and try and do it together? So, yeah.
I would say my aha moment, probably as boring of an answer as it is, was legitimately at the small SPX event with Space in New York, because for me, like touching on what I was saying before, like I kind of thought I knew kind of what I was looking for, but I definitely did not know what I was looking for in crypto entirely. But when I was there, and she had told me about it in September of 2023 and in December here in Miami of 2023 again. And I just, at the time, my whole ethos was I was also trying to, when I was buying into these projects, I wanted to buy them low enough that I could take, you know, 1% or something, because then I could actually like, you know, my holding actually would matter a lot. Like that sounded pompous, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, if you have more coins and you're going harder, it makes it just more secure. So I didn't want to have a coin where I had zero control of it at all, like completely nothing, felt like I wasn't even like a big part of it or anything. And, you know, was probably just going to get taken advantage of by the people who already were in. So like with this coin, I just felt like I'd missed the boat. And, you know, it was at 30 million market cap. I was like, I can't afford to buy 1% at 30 million market cap, you know. But then, yeah, when we were in New York and we were just talking about it, I was like, wow, this thing has completely died multiple times and these people still are here. And that's like, that is it. So like, and I have known Space for a couple of years now, and I love Space, and I think she's a genius.
Mutual.
So when like I'd already been considering it in my head for a while because she had mentioned it to me, but when she like, you know, said it to my face, like what was going on and how she felt about it, I was like, I think this might be, I need to get into this. And
He bought on the spot.
yes, well,
A good amount.
and that wasn't my first buy, because I had bought kind of because of Tia, but because of my fiance. When we were in Japan once, we saw the chart was low, and she was like, "Weren't you talking about how Spacer told you about this coin and stuff?" And I was like, "Yeah, we should probably get some." And we did, and that was that. I don't know. Spacer is the reason.
For me, honestly, I felt like it was like, honestly, when I first saw the website, like the very first website, I was really huge into Dead or Alive on Dreamcast.
Nice.
And the website was just like so perfect to me that I was like, this is like, and especially in a sea of how many things that were getting launched back then, it was like nothing else was making sense. Like, it was like, why are all these projects even, why is this even a thing? And then that, and just how it just like literally persisted forever. Like there was multiple drawdowns, and I don't know, just everybody didn't really care. Like everybody decided to just stick with it and keep going. That, and when I got Aeon 1 and just the amount of stuff that I could do with her, from using her in my visuals for shows, doing like IP building, I don't know, it's just been one of the most fun things for me. So it's hard to pinpoint the exact moment, but really, I want to say it was like the moment I saw the website. Like I was just like the aesthetics just brought me in immediately.
Mhm.
What about you?
So there's many aha moments. Like there's one last week, one a couple months ago, but very
One
early
this
on,
morning.
when I was a noob at crypto, and I wanted to hold like one meme coin, and it was between MOG and SPX. And SPX stood out because it had a goal and it had a mission. Like no other meme coins, they're just a funny picture. Like even Murad talks about it a lot, but even like very early, okay, this is different. There's none other that's like this one. So
Right. Okay,
So-
final question. I'd like it if y'all could kind of just answer it. It's super easy. When flippening?
We already did.
It's both. It's both. It's both. Already happened and job's not finished simultaneously.
I mean, when we flip it, we're only going to flip it again. So I don't know.
My goal is that we flip it multiple times. First through SPX6900, then with Project Aeon. I mean, we have a few vehicles through which we can flip the S&P 500's market cap.
There you go.
And we'll start something. Well, if we ever, run out of, I guess, entities to flip the stock market, we can always just create another one.
There you go.
Is there any questions from the audience who's watching on stream? Do you see any questions coming? Or you got a question?
I have a question.
basis. So I would say on a fundamental level it was there, but it wasn't there as like part of like the intentional culture, but not tipping.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
I'm not really tipping.
Have you
Never
ever
seen
seen
tipping,
another
nothing like
group
that.
where somebody would get hacked? I'm sorry.
Have you ever seen another group where somebody would get hacked or somebody says that they're going through some mental issues and they lost their job, and then you see 2,000 people donate to them in any crypto community ever besides this one?
Never, ever.
Right. So for me, besides the aha moment with Murad's talk in 2049, when Mike flipped the stock market, now Tuco got hacked, and there was no question. Okay, I'm gonna throw him 50 or 100 coins, and then everybody in the whole community did it. That was when I knew that this was different. Did you guys feel like that at all?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Questions in the back over here.
I feel like everybody's just got each other's backs, really.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, I took it. I got a question. How does Murad fit in with your thesis for you guys? Because it's a very decentralized community, and we have this one figure who's very well known and has gotten a lot of new members in, and like, as we've talked a lot about, we're a bottom up instead of a top down movement. So like, how does he like fit into it, and how do you like talk about him when you're shilling to other people that like, we are a decentralized movement, but most people know Murad, and it's like, yeah, how does that fit in?
I actually think Murad was totally critical for spotlighting something that it was like the perfect timing, because we had enough time to get our own groove and sort of figure out our frameworks, like ideologically and also just in practice, how we kind of operated. And he came in at the perfect moment to shine a spotlight on something that was very sort of like in its adolescent stage of development or something. And so I think he kind of, I don't think that it creates a problem. I think sometimes people worry that there's like the key man risk, but we worked really hard, like the early believers, not only the people who are up here, but a lot of people who aren't up here, to ensure we never had key man risk again after the coach candle happened.
Yeah.
And so I think Murad is very good about only speaking at like, you know, like kind of like doing cult labor himself, and kind of more so just embodying what he felt we already were doing. So I think like he's totally critical, but I also think if Murad went away tomorrow, nothing would change for any of us.
No.
So I think it's like he has managed to strike sort of a perfect balance there, in allowing this to stay the decentralized movement that it is.
Hey guys, not so much of a question, but more of a statement. I just wanted to say thank you guys. You guys really changed my life. SPX fixed this, and I love you guys so much.
I love you.
One more back here.
So this is the art for you guys, SPX6900. I don't want to say it's autistic, but why is it so like retardio?
Well, autistic is definitely a good term. I mean, I don't know. I myself am very diagnosed autistic, and I feel like there maybe are others here as well.
Who's not on the spectrum at this point?
Yeah. But no, I mean, to answer the question is just. I'll wait for her to see. To answer your question, I mean, I feel like it's just kind of embodies our kind of like not to be cringe and be like, oh, we're like a counterculture movement, but like it kind of, you know, it does embody a bit of the counterculture aspects of what we like and what we.
And what's not going away is counterculture,
Yeah,
right?
it's never going away.
Like iteratively over time, there have been different punk movements. And I think we're all sort of hyper fixated on this idea that maybe we can shift the paradigm.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I just never thought you could print this stuff on a canvas, you know?
You can, and it looks nice.
It felt like it deserved its space on the canvas. Thank you.
I think,
Thank you very much.
Krishna, is there anybody on the stream that's asked a question? If you didn't see anything, we'll call it. But. All right, cool. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. All right.
Yay.
Persist forever.
Thanks for chatting. Dude, I'm like so overtired and I could not think. I could not think at all during that. I'm tired, bro.
We're about to do an announcement in just a minute. Just showing some of the art off.
Want a slice of pepperoni pizza? Oh, yeah, this is set up.
Okay, give me a minute. Oh, you're good. Nick, you have anything to say?
Oh, yeah, testing. Who's this guy?
What?
Test on, Chad. Working?
Does that look nice? Nicole and the other guys put this together. It's pretty cool. And we got some artists here. We're about to make an announcement about it, and then we'll get back to what we've been doing for a couple more hours. A lot of people here.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, would it be all right if we just move over here towards
Just for a few minutes. Just for a few minutes. And then when you're ready, I take this. All right. Is it on? Okay. Everybody want to come over here? Krishna, I need you, brother. Oh, Nick, quick Nick. All right. No, I just want everybody here because Chad's gonna maybe do a pan after. You let me know when we're live. Oh, we're live? All right. SPX community. So this is Art Basel 2026. First of all, thank you all for coming. I have a surprise that I wanted to kind of show a cat out of the bag a little bit with some of us, but what we're going to do now, besides continue the day with our panels, is I wanted to introduce you, surprise, this is a local Greek artist named G. Stakis and Frederick, and what they're going to do during this first ever SPX conference is he's going to do a live painting, and while he's doing the live painting, Frederick's going to digitize it and animate it live stream at the same time, and then when we're done, we'll see the finished product, and hopefully we're going to turn these into digital NFTs that will only be able to be purchased using SPX tokens. So it'll be really interesting. It'll force people, if they want it, to use SPX tokens. So I think that's a really cool, innovative idea that we can do and try to onboard people that like the art. So even if you want the art, you don't own SPX, well, guess what? Now you'll onboard and you'll own SPX and you'll buy your NFT. So this is G. Stakis and Frederick, and they're going to be doing this live painting for the rest of the day or however long it takes. And you guys can come back and forth during the panels, and we'll see what the finished product looks like. Thank you.
Let's do it. We have VR as well, so it'll actually pop off the camera. There you go. So at the end of it, I'll also add a VR aspect. So I'll have an app as well that I have made. We'll point it at it. I'll set it up as well, and you can see the art piece. Probably I'll have the plane flying off the canvas or the palm tree swaying off the canvas. We'll see. But you guys, if you can come up, if you got ideas as well, please come up and tell me an idea. Maybe I'll add it. So that'd be awesome.
Thank you, guys.
Anything else, Jeff?
Nope, that's it. So we're gonna let them do that. We're gonna let them do their work. Feel free to come back and forth. I'm sure you guys are gonna be amazed by what they do. And at the same time, we'll continue with our panels and our discussions. And welcome to the SPX Cognisphere, everybody.
Let's go.
Okay. Yo, Nick, shit, bro.
Y'all remember this? Yeah. Where's Buzz? Okay, we've got our in real life panel starting.
What's up?
1% Grill 8 and Nick.
What's up?
Y'all get going.
Hey guys, before we kick off this panel, Nick and I got something special we're gonna do. Get up, bro. We need your help. Go. All right. Let's go. We're doing 69 push-ups. Go.
Oh yeah.
All right, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, together, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 67, 68, 69. It's messed up. That's what I was messing up the mantra a little bit. He's looking wild.
Man. Yeah, that's a good way to start off.
Yeah, bro. Now I need some olive oil.
That's some great
Get this
energy,
man a
man. I
Diet
like
Coke.
that.
Anybody got a Diet Coke?
Auto heal. All right, guys. How do you guys feel?
Good. Can't even breathe no more. Very good.
Yes, it's like a adrenaline rush for me too. I was watching you guys do that, man. That's awesome, man. All right, so we're talking about IRL, guys. IRL, if you guys don't know, that's in real life activities. And we are here to talk about SPX in real life activities. So I guess we can start off with Nick, man. First things first, how was your trip, bro?
It's good. It's been amazing so far.
Okay, so we're gonna have a great time in real lifing later on.
We're gonna have a great time in real lifing later on.
So let me ask you, man, how are you gonna approach this Art Basel activity for your first IRL in Miami? Is your first time in Miami?
Yeah, well, first time in like years, but first time at Art Basel.
Oh,
Yeah.
great. So this is something new for you.
Approaching Art Basel people. I mean, so what I was going to say about approaching people in general is that it's actually very easy to position the current situation that many of us face, aka rising inflation, home affordability, lack of connection and purpose, I think is a big one. So what I like to do typically, now that I've kind of learned and gone through the ropes of shilling and getting better and learning from my mistakes of past, going into kind of the depth of, well, why are we in the system that we're currently in?
Correct.
What are the conditions that we're subject to? Why is government-controlled money fundamentally kind of broken? Where can we find connection and purpose in an area that you really wouldn't seek it or really understand that you could find that connection and purpose? So I think kind of attacking the meaninglessness crisis is a really good avenue to kind of start with. And I think that will kind of lead you into getting into SPX. So like tying an SPX would be kind of one of your last points. Ask probing questions, like you were kind of saying, like ask questions about kind of their subjective experience.
Correct.
And that would lead you kind of more asking them about like the nature of money and economics, try to get them to understand this is all done to suppress our population to keep us under control, really. And more importantly, give them hope, showing that there actually is an alternative.
Nice, I like that. Hey, 1%, you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, what was the question?
So it's a little more different.
I was focusing on breathing.
Yeah, I mean, he did a great job breathing in time. I should have given you a couple seconds.
Oh, good.
Okay. So no, I was basically asking, like, for him, how would his experience like to for IRL in Art Basel would be since it's his first time here in general?
Well, bro, like literally since we touched down, like since I landed, I called
because
you were late, and we were like, let's go hit the streets, you know, because in my mind I said this is going to be a work trip. The first 3 days are just going to be work, right? So as soon as we landed, I hit up Grill 8. He picked me up, and we went straight to South Beach, right? And it's crazy because as soon as we got out of the rental, the car, immediately I start shilling, right? Like he gave me the flyers, and immediately the one thing I noticed at our Basel or in Miami, everybody's so receptive, right? There's in Seattle, there's a thing called the Seattle Freeze. So the first time I went shilling was with Eternal SPX. Shout out Eternal, I miss you, bro. I love you, man. So we went to Pike Place Market, and Seattle's got this thing called the Seattle Freeze, where people are like, they're just like stone cold, like they're just in their jobs, right? So most of the people wouldn't pay attention to us, but we'd chill anyways. You know, we had some cool conversations. But here it's totally different. Everybody's warm. Everybody knows about crypto. The people that are walking out, they're usually a little bit younger crowd, you know? So they're like, they're looking for that opportunity, you know? So yeah, it's been just super cool being here, just spreading the word about SPX. And it's easy to do it when you believe in it. And also the person on the other side, when they see that conviction in you, they're like, oh shit, like why? Like, right. Man, think in their eyes, how many people in real life have come up to them, given them a flyer and saying this and Bitcoin is the only thing I believe in, you know? It's like in this world of cryptocurrency, like people don't do this, you know? So for them, it like makes it real. Now we've got like a group of people. Last night I went with Grill Ape and Sidewalk. We were like literally 3 people like coming up to you and saying, we're passionate about this project. We're going to flip the stock market, you know, come to our event. You know, we're like 3 genuine people. One guy even said, how do I know you guys aren't going to rug me? Like, bro,
there's an interview going on.
We're here. We're live on fucking TikTok. We're showing you the thing. Like, what, like, how am I going to show my face and be like, yeah, I scammed this guy, or you know, like in real life, in person? No, it's like, it creates a different depth, you know, now it's like a warm handoff. It's like a warm introduction to, you know, in sales, we have cold calls and warm calls, hot calls. This is a warm call right here, right? They don't know us, but they see us and they can feel us and they feel our warmth and the genuineness of our pitch, you know?
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think it's because the way our approach is, you know, we're not here to show you something to make money out of. We're here to make you feel like you belong somewhere more than anything. And it's a movement.
So we believe that it's going to benefit the person on the other side. That's why we do it, you know?
Absolutely. And I'm sure and that's exactly, they know this.
Yeah.
They feel it. And they know they're in a situation where they need to solve something as well. And they can't find those answers. And then people are looking for answers, especially now.
Yeah.
So I like those I like that add-on as well, man. So I would say the second question, I would say is, now we are not Art Basel, and this is your first time, of course, and tonight here going out. How are we gonna help Nick out tonight? You know, like with helping him show SPX today.
Give him that liquid courage, bro.
He don't need it. He don't need it.
It does help. It does help until the word starts to learn. But I mean, definitely being out and being in the right environment and kind of around those, you know, those frequencies and that energy that we all kind of have. And like you were kind of saying earlier, just having that raw passion and conviction and, like, you know, say what you mean and mean what you say. And it's really that feeling of like we're trying to create something that will inevitably create a legacy and will foster into something that is going to be like beneficial for the future. And I think that when people hear just another, you know, if you're like, all right, just buy my meme coin, buy this, whatever.
Right.
You know, even if you're selling a product, like let's say you're just a sales representative that, you know, is kind of just commissioned to do what you're supposed to do. If you didn't really create the company, if you're not the CEO, you really don't believe in what you're saying. You're just doing it for a paycheck. Yeah. So what we're doing is kind of flipping that on its backside and saying, no, we truly believe in what we're saying, and we mean what we're saying.
We're not here to sell you anything. You know, and
we're telling
the way we're
you can do your own research.
Exactly. The way we're approaching something is people want to figure out what we got going on, you know, because we're so connected to another. Even like that time after our Basel when we went to the garden. You remember those group of people that came running to us and they said, we respect what you got going on. We've heard of
They saw the shirts. Yeah.
And they sasaw that like we created this foundation. Yeah. You know, and this is,
and they couldn't believe it. We hadn't even known each other 24 hours. And they were like, what? You guys just met? Yeah, I just met these people like literally like hours ago. You know? Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So like we have something that is so pure and it's been so synchronized because we believe in something that's strong. And being in our Basel also helps because there's a lot of people here right now that are also delusional in their own way, but they're looking for those things as well. That makes sense to them. So being here and teaching them about SPX, we have such an open mind to open to as a portal for them as well. And that's just how I feel as well with that concept. But any questions, if you guys want to ask any questions regarding what I just said, if you want to add on to for Nick or anything he might want to check out, what's up?
I want to hear from each of you, what is your favorite sort of like story of I just want to hear each of your favorite stories of an onboarding moment that you felt like went particularly well or was special or struck you in some way.
Yeah, I've had quite a few. I've had some that are very short altercations and some that are very long. And I can recall one that I had with a older gentleman that was probably around my father's age. He had his own family with him at this bar. Got into the place. I remember walking in with my buddies. I was saying something about crypto or SPX, and this guy overheard me. And right as I was grabbing my first drink, my buddies went off to a table, and I just chatted with this guy for like 40 minutes. My friends were like, dude, what are you doing talking to that guy over there? I'm like, dude, I'm converting believers, all right? I am preaching to God. I'm a full-blown evangelist now. And this guy was like, he was like, man, I got into XRP real early. I got into this. I'm into Ethereum too. Like he was telling me all. He was like, man, you ever hear about that Shiba Inu coin? I'm like, of course I know what you're talking about. So I basically kind of broke him down from, okay, you're here and I'm here with SPX, and this is like this tokenized community, this decentralized network state completely backed by belief and the spiritual kind of connection that we all have. And you're telling me, well, you kind of have that energy and ethos with your XRP that you believe in, and let me meet you halfway and kind of explain to you what my thesis is and get that through your brain. And he really saw it like, wow, like you totally are right. Like he, at the end of the conversation, he's like, wow, man, I'm glad I met you. Because like seeing that these communities can come together and create something that has always been there. It's just that energy needs to be concentrated into a vessel of something that we can all get behind. And he saw that with XRP. He was early to it. So he really understood like the power of the community coming together. I kind of went into the GME short squeeze thing, and he was like, dang, like I think what you're doing with SPX, I think that is going to be something that, you know, has happened in the past, and we're going to kind of replicate that energy into a vessel that's more pure, has better alignment than some of these other things that we've seen. So it was a great conversation. And at the end, I talked to his family for a little bit. They were all like, oh, he's into crypto. Oh, they were laughing about it. I'm like, no, your dad is a smart man. He is a very smart man. The guy he was great. Yeah. And I've also had some rough experiences as well. But yeah, the great positive ones have always been when people kind of get what I'm putting down, even people that aren't even in crypto and that are kind of into the stock market. And I'll tell them like, well, you're an old Tesla holder. You were buying that stock really early, and that kind of has a cult-like community as well. And if you see that and you kind of understand that vision, you can really open the door to a bunch of possibilities.
Yeah, for me, definitely it was my sister. You know, when this whole thing hit me, I was an XRP kind of maxi person, and I've been buying it for 4 years, you know, like on DCA. So, you know, it was like whatever it was, like November 6th when the elections happened and Trump won, you know, from there to like December 4th is when I took profit. You know, it did a 600% return. So I've been buying for 4 years, so I already had that DCA mentality. And I never told anybody to buy XRP or never did a video about it or whatever. You know, I just, when I got into crypto, it was like a lot of mind share was, oh, XRP, you know, it's going to hit $15 or whatever, because they were going through the lawsuit and was supposed to be dropped. Anyways, and never did it. So I just had that in my mind. Sure, I'll sell it, you know, whenever. So when I took profits and I was like, okay, what am I gonna reinvest this in? You know, I found SPX through Marad's videos and, you know, the different stuff that was out there. And it took me 30 days to really, after I bought, it took me 30 days after that to realize what it was. And immediately I called my sister, my brother, and my cousin. I said, you have to look at this. You have to buy this. You have to, like, I told them like they had to do it, you know? So my sister, like, okay, let me come to your house because I don't understand crypto. I don't know. She's an educator, you know, she's my little sister and I love her so much, you know, and like my whole family, you know, I'm Mexican and for us it's like family's everything, you know? So, you know, I just thought of her and her kids and her family and all our family, right? My brother and my cousin and stuff. So my sister came over and literally I had my whole, like, my whole little studio place, like, just like all these like spreadsheets and all these, you know, like easels on the wall, just like writing everything that I had, you know, kind of come up with, right? Like why it was it, and, you know, like compared it to everything out that was out there. So I had her come over and I made her lunch and we sat down and we talked about the financial system. I used to be an assistant vice president at a bank in my 20s, you know, so I knew the banking system. So, but it wasn't until after I left banking. I used to also hold like my Series 6 and 63 investment licenses and different things like that, you know. So it wasn't until after I left banking that I really understood like how corrupt of a system that it is, you know. So I told her a little bit about that, and she got it right away, you know. She downloaded at the time she was getting it on her base app, you know, and she got it. But that was literally, for me, it was like, so I got her into it. My cousin also bought it. My brother, he's my older brother, so he's like, yeah, this guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, you know. So he hasn't bought, but you know, he'll eventually buy it. Yeah, but that for me is like, because family's everything, you know. So my sister's been like, that's the first person I really showed it to in person, and she got it like, because I spent a long time with her, you know, talking about it. And we had a meal and stuff, so it was super cool. Yeah, so even on her birthday, I gave her 300 tokens as a gift. Nice. You know, yeah. I already told all my family, all you're getting for Christmas is SPX tokens. I don't have any fiat. Yeah, you're getting a keychain from Miami and some SPX tokens.
1%. We're family, right?
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. So yeah, but ever since then, like going out with Eternal, we've had so many great experiences, you know. Yeah, we only had one guy be a dick, but it was funny. It was super funny. I'll tell that story another day.
Yeah. I think, I was just trying to explain my experience. Like, this is random. It's it may not be as deep, but it still resonates with me. It's a person that I met randomly. We were just having a conversation, and I only had SPX at the time to actually provide for the pizza, and we actually exchanged. I sent him SPX for pizza, and he's been one of the heaviest believers I met today over here recently. Like he still continuously pays attention to it. He's looking for more buying opportunities, and I think it was cool because like we connected with a pie, and I don't know, it's just interesting.
I love that. That's sick.
Nice. Good. YouTube questions or anything, or anybody?
No, anybody else in the audience have a question?
Spacey, you should moderate and for us three.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, the way I approach it to how to get people comfortable, you're asking me, I honestly make sure I ask them questions about like, them first. Like real life questions, you know, like whether it's the event that's happening, whether it's music that they like. And I just talk about like, oh, like I'm here because I'm just trying to talk about something like cryptocurrency I'm very passionate about, you know, like, and like I just kind of go from there. And like, oh, by the way, which is a very interesting story. I should bring it up. I was buying a watch one day, and this is when I was actually with you back that time. He was on the way, and I went to go buy a watch. I was looking at some watches at Swatch. And I was like, he's like, what do you, so I was like, I was just here shilling some cryptocurrency that we communities were working hard on. And he was like, oh, I got you guys. So he started going ahead, and I started talking to him about the watches and stuff. He's like, oh, by the way, what currency are you talking about? I'm like, it's called SPX. He's like, I have some. And I was like, really? He's like, yeah, I did. I actually put my last check on some. I'm like, well, that's the community that you don't have to worry about. Like we've been working on this for a while. Like we work together. So it was interesting. It was really nice too. And so the way I approached this, sharing like making them feel like they belong to something, and they automatically like open up themselves, and they see how passionate I am to or something, and they just want to be approached to it as well. Yeah. Like actually with 1% and I were out that night, and we were so passionate about the project. Like we were in line for a club or to go inside, and we got picked up for VIP. Because he noticed us, like he saw the muscles pure.
They felt the Aeon energy.
Yeah, and they wanted us to go back. There was actually a crypto event, by the way.
I mean, one thing I like to really bring up is the point Murad makes a lot about
we live in a world where there's virtually no counterculture.
Right.
And a lot of times I will tell younger Gen Zers, because usually those are the kind of people I'm around when I'm on, my Friday, Saturday nights and stuff like that. And I say, what's one thing that you think we really have an upper hand with? And, this is also quoting Murad a little bit too, but, the boomers and the Gen Xers, they own a lot of the assets. And, a lot of, this is just the way it works. Like all the older people have more assets, they have more money, real estate, stocks, a lot of corporations, like literally Vanguard, State Street, BlackRock own literally like 90% of the stock market. So other than assets and holding assets, what is one thing that we have when it doesn't equate to wealth is really our knowledge and our knack for social media. And the one thing that we can do with this use of social media is promote something from within and funnel that energy into SPX. And I think that our upper hand and our kind of edge on the market is really just having that social media knowledge, the ability to use CapCut, the ability to spread a message. And once I say that to them, it really clicks. And then they're like, wow, like, yeah, you're right. We really do use social media well. And we know how to do that. And like, you go in any social media platform, I guarantee you, search SPX6900, you will see tons of content. You will see so many people fully convicted, people of all ages, not just Gen Zers. You have older people that are learning how to use CapCut and things like that. And you ask them again, like, what is counterculture? What is counterculture to you right now? Because in the 1960s, they had counterculture. They had counterculture all the way up until like, 1980s, 1990s. You had like grunge people and skateboard kind of culture. Like you had all these countercultures, and then it just kind of poof right after kind of everything kind of just went downhill culturally after the COVID crisis.
And also I would add to that, artistically, counterculture to some degree may have died when the CIA literally invented modern art during the Cold War. That's a whole side note. So if you want to go down that rabbit hole, you can go down that rabbit hole.
That's in the Bitcoin standard. I just read that page.
But in a sense, it's like the place. I would say the greatest vector of attack is counterculture, right? Because it is inherently like the one thing that sort of aims to sort of like I don't know, like pull the rug out from under the original frameworks or the frameworks that we've inherited. So one thing that I want to add to this is we have something special here because it is counterculture, but it's something that we really need to protect because we've seen it happen time and time again. Occupy Wall Street specifically was something that I was very involved in, and it got co-opted at some point, perhaps from the beginning, but at some point it became very obvious that it had been co-opted. SPX6900 has always had an amazing immune system. So it's kind of each of our responsibilities to just ensure that if there's ever a sign of it, the immune system responds the way that it needs to. But I love the point that you made about the counterculture.
Thanks.
Yeah, nice.
And I guess I got 2 points to that. So one is I channel a lot of Aeons because I studied a lot of Aeons, like Seb and then Nick and like all the in real life Aeons. When I started doing it, I got the idea just to post on X like, hey, is there any Aeons in the Northwest, Pacific Northwest? And Eternal reached out. It's like, hey, I'm here. So we met up. And immediately, like him and I are so different, but I would study how he would chill, and I still got to chill my own way, right? And it's like, but when I'd be chilling, I'd think about, what does Seb say? Sometimes I literally will be like, hey, mate, have a research, mate. Like there's stuff I don't say,
You put on the accent too.
Yeah. Hey, have a research, Some Mexican trying to do
We gotta let Seb know that Seb is infiltrating everything.
Yeah,
Seb including our persona.
We got to collab, Seb.
And then the other night when we were at the club with Grill Lake, I was channeling Nick's energy. We're like, man, this is Nick right here. Like, we need his energy. Yeah, we're like, yeah. So that, and then so that's the one thing. And then the other thing is go out with somebody that is also an Aeon. Find an Aeon or somebody you've onboarded and go out together because there's power in numbers. And it's like when there's a couple people doing it, it's like. This is like door-to-door sales, right? Like you're gonna get shut down so much. Like you gotta build up that callus for rejection because people are gonna, they're gonna be rude to you. They're not gonna say anything to you. They're gonna ignore you. But we only want those ones that are going to take the flyer, and then from there, a small percentage are going to go click on the barcodes, and then from there, a small percentage are going to buy. You know, we don't know who's going to click buy on the first spot or like after they hear about it 1,000 times. You know, all we're doing as far as salespeople for the sales force of this community is getting it out, getting the word out to people in real life, you know, to create that bond and that connection, you know. So just shill your own way, you know, like look at the Aeons that are doing it in real life. And if something like resonates with you, you know, use it, you know.
Yeah. And to the door-to-door point, I want to give a shout out to Jordan, who literally goes house to house with pamphlets. So I just wanted to give that little shout out and just say that, like, for IRL onboarding, every moment is an opportunity to onboard. So like, you know, you're traveling to a different country, to a different state. What is the stock market? What is the center of finance in that area? Go there. Like, find a way to turn it into something that potentially could go viral. You never know what is going to have that virality until you do it and you see how the people respond to it. So just
shout out to T-Dog and report.
Yes, absolutely.
And all of us that are already doing this stuff, and like my phone's just full of like content, like Aeon content, which, you know, we're it turned to our future. You know, Aeons are going to be able to use that content, chop it up, and make all content with it. So if you have stuff, just start, you know, like compiling a library of this and just put it on a shared drive for the future. You know.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah.
This was wonderful. No. Yeah.
Thank you guys.
It was a wonderful session. Thank you so much again.
Joe Grove. Thank you. Joe Grove's got something.
Are there any questions? No? Guys, I need to leave already. I have a flight very soon. If I have a minute to do a joint photo, if you don't mind. Is it fine?
My question is totally not important for that.
I was just gonna ask if one of you guys can dress as SPX man.
Yeah, bro.
I'll be SPX man.
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
This isn't SPX man. This is SPX man.
Fuck yeah, bro.
Last thing I'll say. Stand for nothing and you'll fall for anything. One of my favorite quotes. You may lose some battles, but you will not lose the war. The human spirit is the most resilient force on the planet. Never let them win.
Yeah, baby.
That was crazy. That was fucking epic, bro. That was fucking epic. Oh, I'm deep into motivational content.
Bro. Fuck yeah.
We'll be back in just a minute.
Never bend the
One more
knee.
panel.
That was crazy.
Every time I bend the knee is to propose to my wife. That's what I said earlier.
anybody else.
Well, this thing does a pretty good job of suppressing.
These are nice.
Used to do your StreamYard.
Yeah, these are really good.
What are they called?
These mics.
Yeah.
Full aim X something. I can send it to you. I can't remember exactly what it is.
Yeah.
I was excited to do this with you.
Me too, bro. Me too. Yeah, hearing
Final
your story,
panel
hearing your episode with him, I'm like, oh, this guy, he knows, he gets it.
I
he gets
get it, bro.
Yeah.
Oneness.
Yeah, oneness for sure. And my wife's a doctor too, so.
So, you know, I study all the religions.
Okay.
And the one that is really sticking to me at the moment is Sikh.
Sikhism.
Because
We're live.
We're live?
Oh, we are?
Yeah.
So, because it's about, like, I wish the world would understand it's one.
Yeah.
Like, it's too separate right now. People don't get it.
I know,
They don't
I know.
see it. They don't.
I'm just gonna go and
I hear you.
people
We'll
follow
get
it.
into it. We'll get into
Yeah.
it.
Tell me when you're ready.
Here we go. Ready?
Okay, this is our final panel, final segment. It's great to be here with y'all. I know spirituality is a big component of SPX. You two represent that probably the best.
Thank
so,
you.
To each of you, how does SPX bring you closer to your spirituality? You can go ahead and start, Christian.
Yeah. So I guess for me, it was, I've always been into philosophy and always interested in trying to understand how the world works, what is reality, and I've always been interested in that as well. But at the same time, we live in this material world, we live under capitalism, and you have to work for a living. And that was one of the biggest things that I struggle with, considering that all the options for jobs, they just don't pay enough. They're soul crushing. The ones that do, whether it's in finance or law or even tech, all those professions where it's just so soul crushing. And that's like the complete opposite of any type of spirituality. And especially when you realize what these companies are doing as far as for humanity, and you realize it's very depressing, frankly. And I struggled with that a lot, like figuring out what am I going to do with my life? What's my purpose here? What am I here to do? And in the back of my mind, like, I study finance and economics, so that's like what I know, and I'm not going to go back to like do something else that is like that I'm also going to hate. So I figured, like, I knew that crypto had to be the way, I had to make it work somehow, and I just didn't know how to make it work, considering all the stories that you hear within crypto, people losing money, and myself as well. So I reconnected with my faith, because I wasn't really religious or spiritual growing up. I kind of just we'd go through the Hindu rituals, and but I wouldn't really understand it. Now I know the importance of all those gatherings and kind of what it means on a deeper level. So I started meditating before SPX. I started meditating and chanting mantras that I found through a guru, and he initiated me into certain mantras that I started chanting with like full faith, full devotion, without any expectation. So as that started happening, my mind slowly started to become more open. I was removing like the filth, the muck, the dirt that is always plagues our mind, all those thought currents that are like negative, they're trying to hold us down. And it slowly started to dissipate. And it basically allowed like this divine intuition to come through me, and it was just guiding me. And at the time when I saw, Murad's thesis video on SPX, I was able to understand it right away and knew that this was the path forward. And I knew that like, I didn't want to just be a holder and just like not do anything. I felt a deeper calling to start contributing to this. And that's something that I've never really done before. And yeah, it just kind of went from there. And then, here I am. I've been, making videos, doing journaling, just contributing in my own way when I can. And through that whole experience, I found the meaning and purpose as far as like a way to make it in the world and provide, and yeah, just to meet like these amazing group of people who also feel the same way within themselves. Or I'm sure many of you are frustrated with whatever career or jobs you may have and are looking for something to coalesce around. So yeah, so I'll go with that.
So it's very synergistic that we're here right now, because what you're describing, we're taught growing up in this society, in America specifically, to use your intellect, use your brain. And it's really completely the wrong way to go about it. The geniuses and the people that are the creators and the artists and the music and Newton's law, when did he do law of gravity? He went outside and an apple hit him, right? In order to get to the creative genius, or to get to your genius of what you will have inside of you, it's opposite. You must turn off your intellect and let your divine intuition come in. And matter of fact, you can't use your intelligence if you want to channel the divine intuition. And when you understand that, you can break free of the handcuffs of America. And what that means is this. The reason why this token is so spiritual to me, because there's a saying that what creation or what source shows you is only for you. And you can't explain it to anybody else. Okay, no matter what you do. When you come into a token like this, I don't have to explain it to any of you, because you know, right? You know what this token does for you. That's divine. That's spiritual. You don't have to think about it. It doesn't matter what happens. You're okay because you're in this token. And that's the essence of spirituality and divine wisdom, right? So if you want to break away from what I call the golden handcuffs of America, what they taught you, right? Even my kids, I don't send them to school. Why is that? Because in school, they teach you hard focus and narrow frame. I want to learn wide focus and solve. So for instance, what's easier? We go to the Barnes & Noble and you find a book about podcasting. We look at it together. You come back here and you say, hey man, Nick, I found this book of podcasting. Chapter 3 was fucking amazing. That's how you can retain and learn. Or you're going to read this book, this chapter, and you're going to take a test the way I interpret the book. It's all wrong. And when you understand that, and when you can become free of the handcuffs, and you can think for yourself and let it come into yourself, that's spirituality. That's the truth, right? So I have a saying that you guys have seen. We all say stop believing, stop trading and believe in something, okay? Belief actually is a falsity, okay? Because you can believe in a religion. You can believe that you're going to meet somebody. You can believe this. But to know, I know the sun is coming out tomorrow, okay? I know the moon is coming. That's the truth. That's knowing. So when you know something, you don't have to believe it anymore. So I know SPX, right? I don't, there's nothing that you can do that's going to change my mind. There's no chart, there's no number, there's no nothing, because I know, and it came into me. So that's how this token has evolved into a movement, right? As I was saying earlier, if you call this a meme coin, you're basically insulting us at this point. We're the first mover advantage of ever moving from a coin, a meme coin, to a movement coin. This is a collective of human spirits. When somebody has the ability to tell us that they're having a mental breakdown, and everybody gathers around and chips in or tells them, hey, come with me, do this, here's money, go see a therapist, I'll give you 150 tokens, whatever you need, without question, that's spirituality. And by the way, that's real utility, okay? That's the utility. So when someone asks you, oh, it doesn't have utility, Bitcoin doesn't have utility, right? I mean, it doesn't do anything except bring people together and make a financial thing. So the reason why Polymetric's lecture was profound is because he knew to make the financial aspect the last part. Because if you do everything right, it will come. And there's something in Transurfing Reality. I don't know if you guys have ever read. There's pendulums, right? If you just do your thing, it will come. If you think about it too hard, it's just the same as not thinking about it at all. It's the same energy. If you hate an apple, it's the same as loving an apple. Okay, because you put the same thing into it. So that's how this token has really changed me. It's allowed me to understand that.
Yeah. And just to piggyback what you were saying about the intellect and how that's prioritized in the society, and that goes in line with ego. You know, from day one, you go into school, you're competing with these other kids. First graders are competing with all you other first graders, and that brings this trauma and anxiety they instill within you from day one, and they're going to weaponize that so that you continue on that path of being traumatized, of always having to get good grades, and when you don't, you get punished, you feel bad about yourself, your self-worth goes down. Oh no, I'm never going to graduate, I'm not going to get a good job in that, so on and so on. And like that intellect part of it is the wrong way of approaching life and humanity. We should be focusing on the heart, but that's not prioritized, and it's the power. The people that are in power don't want that to be. They don't want people to know their heart and know the true divine self. They'd rather have you in that anxious, traumatic state so they can control you and instill fear in you. Like, oh, I don't know about SPX6900. Oh, that's pretty scary. It's risky. Crypto's risky. I'm going to stick with my 401k, S&P 500, and like not realizing like that's a losing game. That's what they want you to do. They want you to continue to fund that Ponzi because they're printing the money at the same rate at which S&P 500 is growing. Only the top 20 companies in S&P 500 have actually performed well. It's only because that they just have
only
the
top seven.
Top seven. So yeah, I'm giving more credit than it's due. So
493 were either even or red. It's the top seven that carry the whole thing.
So people don't even realize or think about these things, but they'll just blindly put their money into it. And you know, we're the first ones to wake up to this and embody this truth, and then now we're living this truth. So it's like thing that's been happening to us and to me specifically is like, I believe it's just been divinely ordained. Like God said, you're going to suffer in this way. First of all, you're going to try and do things through your ego. You're going to fail, and you're going to, you know, go through this process of breakdown and renewal. And through that, you're going to come out stronger. You're going to come out pure. You're going to come out with the right attitude, the right mentality. You're going to meet the right people with the same level of energy and spirit and heart and passion into whatever it is that they're doing, and you can feel it. And then because of that, you know, that's knowledge that you know that it's just going to work out. Like if I'm sick one day, I don't have to worry about, oh, I'm going to lose my job. If I don't go to work, the next guy is going to outcompete me. No, it's not like that at all. It's like the mission continues. We're all going to continue working together one day at a time, doing what you can. And that's like, it's so rare. Like I've never experienced anything like this, never been anything, never saw anything in crypto like this. And because of that is why, like, you know, it's going to take some time to get to 69 trillion, honestly, but we're here for the ride. And it's,
there's no such thing as time.
Yeah, there's no such thing as time. Exactly. So yeah, we're in the eternal now. So yeah.
But just to follow up real quick, I know you felt, so what he was saying about the ego, see, the mind will fuck you. The mind will make you have anxiety and stress. The mind will make you have expectation. The mind will say, I'm supposed to have a family. I'm supposed to get this. I'm supposed to have a house. The true freedom is when you can walk this earth and say, I'm okay with whatever. I know that the tragedy is the lesson and the love is the lesson. I know the poor is the lesson and the rich is the lesson. I know the have is the lesson and the not have is the lesson. And everything in between that we come here for is just a school, just to learn how to handle it. Okay? So there is no right or wrong. There is no rich or poor. There is no yes or no. It's all what it is. And if you can get to the point, it took me 50 years to become free, but I'm finally free because I can say, I'm okay with whatever. And if you can walk the earth like that, you have no expectations, right? I have to be here at 5 minutes. If you're 5 minutes late, guess what? You were supposed to be 5 minutes late, okay? If you lost your woman, you were supposed to lose your woman. If you have a beautiful wife and 3 kids, then you're here at this moment to be a dad and have a beautiful wife and 3 kids. There is no, and listen, something could happen to that. And that's okay too, because that's the lesson that you have to go through. And you have to accept it. And if you can trust that everything is exactly the way it's supposed to be, then you can live your life like that. And it's a very special thing. It's very hard.
It takes a lot of meditation. I do it every fucking night. It's the most important thing in my life, more important than my wife and kids that you saw. Because if I'm not the best person and in the best place that I can be, I can't be the best for them. So it's not selfish, it's righteous. And if you can understand that, you can live free because there's no expectations. You have to trust in the divine.
Absolutely, absolutely.
If you're ever late to an event, you're just Mexican.
Same thing with Indians.
I want to open it up to the audience. Anybody have questions?
It's a very complex topic. Come on, bring it. We can go really deep down the rabbit hole. Sorry?
That was good, yeah, that was awesome. Yeah.
I don't have a question per se, but I just want to say that was very, very moving, and
And
that-
it gives me tears because
yeah,
I wish the world could see what I see and live how I live, because it's really the right way. You know, there's no judgment of anything. I accept everything. I study all the religions because there's something beautiful about going to temple, going to church, getting on a mat. Like it's all oneness. And we were talking earlier, I'm studying right now Sikh religion, which is a really amazing. I don't know it too well, but from what I've studied so far, everything is one, right? Like the whole thing is one. And if you can live like that, it's just, I'm happy I got there, you know? It took 50 years. You know, it took a long time to get to this spot.
Yeah.
And to do it with you guys is actually even better for me. Like it's a cherry on top. Now I finally got here, and guess what? I get to do it with people, and I can share this with people because people won't teach you this. This is not what they teach in school. Okay, this is far from it. Matter of fact, it's probably 180 degrees opposite. It's 9 to 5. Like, what's the difference between if this is school? Raise your hand to go to the bathroom. A bell rings, you go to another room. Raise your hand to go to the bathroom again. You go play basketball. That to me sounds like jail or prison, but it's our school system, right? It's the same fucking thing. They don't teach you the right things. They don't teach you how to deal with situations. They don't teach you how to adjust information that may be not what you want to have or what you want to have. So to be able to experience this and do it with an Aeon collective is really special, and it's a privilege for me to share that with you guys.
Absolutely. Yeah, just like just to like kind of conclude almost. That's like the ultimate truth that a lot of the faith systems reach to, whether it's Christianity or Islam, Sikhism, Hinduism. They just all point to that divine oneness.
Right.
You know, he was talking about like you have to love that when you hate the apple, you're also loving the apple. Like this duality. We live in duality. You know, this is good, this is bad. But when you go beyond duality, beyond the good and evil, and you know, in Hinduism, there's a philosophy called Advaita Vedanta, which means not two, essentially. Like there's only one. There's only one beyond the duality. Non-duality is essentially it. And when you can live in that state, you're allowing everything to just be and take it all in and not judging. And if you can live in that way, then you're free. Like you said, like you're not judging, oh, why did this person do this to me? Or why is he doing that? Or why? You're not even thinking about that. You're just being. And then whatever thoughts are happening, that's your karma. That's what you have to play out essentially. And you're at peace with that. And that all religions, they try to teach you that, but it gets corrupted at some point where you know, there's a power imbalance, there's a hierarchy that forms within the society.
The control that's put in.
So, and then that pattern is repeated through civilizations past, and you know, this group is you know, unique in the sense that we come from all different backgrounds, all parts of the world, all genders, everything, but yet we still are united on this front. We still understand each other. We can communicate with each other, and it's just like it's such a beautiful thing. And it's like it really is a family. Like we're channeling, you know, Caesar's, the energy of Mexican family, Indian family, that love that we were given, we can now share it with a wider group within this who all feel and are aligned in the same way. And that is actually how, you can take over the world. Honestly, that's how small groups of people are able to take over the world, by being able to cooperate and in a competitively cooperate in an open manner allows for the most potential of human flourishing.
Right.
And it's very fragile and it can be taken advantage of. So we have to be vigilant, especially with crypto and online. And it just brings out the best in us.
I want to end with a definition because of something that you said earlier. And I even mentioned it to you when we were online before. Like, somebody was hating on somebody who said something, and I was like, that's not what we do. We don't fight back with like, fuck you, our token's better than yours, and get angry. So I'm going to give you a definition of anger that my shaman gave me that I think will really, really help. It's taken me a lot of meditation to do this, but if you can understand this definition of anger, which I think is beautiful, you might not get angry again. So in our world, we only have a certain amount of energy to give to our loved ones and our friends and people that we want to give. So when somebody pisses you off and you yell at them or you go at them, like, you're giving away that energy that you should give to me and you and us, right? And so also when you get angry and you tell them to go fuck themselves, or you get angry at your lover or whatever, like, they don't feel it, only you feel that. So I'll give you this definition, and maybe if you think about it before you get angry. So anger is self-punishment for other people's actions and behaviors, right? It's self-punishment for other people's bullshit. So if you could remember that the only thing that you're hurting is yourself, you might not get angry again, okay? And it's a really beautiful definition that you should write down because it's helped me a lot, right? I'm not gonna hurt myself because of your bullshit, right? It's the same thing. What's the opposite of love? It's not hate. Because when you hate something, you can't let it go and you love it so deeply, right? The opposite of love is indifferent. There's nothing you can say that can fuck with me anymore. There's nothing that you can do that can mess me up. That's the opposite of love. When you hate something, it's still deep in there, isn't it? It's like, I fucking hate that person. I fucking hate them, right? But when you're truly opposite of love, it's indifference. There's nothing that you can say or do to me that will affect me anymore.
Beautiful.
Does anyone have a story or something to share before we conclude? Hey, Grill Up, you come up here, man. We're about to
Are we still going to have our open discussion? Or do we have time? Can I just say something then before? Okay. So before we go, this is business. I want to go business one more second. So there's something that very interesting that happened to me last week. I have a couple other businesses that I'm in, and I want you all. And I was talking to where's Nick? Nick, okay, he's gonna try to get a new job, or he's going into some new financial thing. And I have a couple other businesses that I have with some other people that do hotels and stuff. And they actually called me because we're doing a new AI thing and a new tech thing. And I want you to understand this business model that we can do now as Aon. So they called me and they said, hey, we're thinking about using SPX to maybe promote this new company. And what if we maybe give 15 or 20% off to an SPX holder? And I said, well, why do that? He goes, because you have 220,000 people. And one thing that Unc taught me, by the way, shout out to Unc, right? He's not here, but so one thing he said was, hey, if you want to do something, you have now 220,000 people that will support you. So like when he wanted to do his podcast, or you did your thing, or whatever. So they came to me and said, can you promote this to 220,000 people? And I said, yeah. If I want to, I could. If the deal is right, we can do that. So now going forward, when he was going to go for interview, and they say, well, what separates you? Well, as soon as you hire me, sir, I have 220,000 eyes that I can at least put in your way. Even if 5 or 10% of them come in, that's a marketing tool. So we can now expand because we have the right number, and we're never going to go below 200,000, right? So now that we have 200,000 and maybe in a year we have 1 million, more companies will come and say, hey, we want your lives. Like we want, how many lives are in your project that you could bring? So I have an AI company that's thinking about using SPX as their token. And I have a tech company that wants to give a discount because we have so many people. And we don't even have so many people yet. So these are marketing plays that that anyone here now can do in this community.
I guess my question about that, or the follow-up to that, is what would, say a company in the 500 wants to come and do that? Like, what is that? Like, where is it going to be, like the filtration system to say, or how are we even going to know if those companies are aligned, or does it even matter?
I haven't thought about all that yet, because the next thing would be, do we have a group of people that vote on, let's just say Tesla wanted to promote us, like that will be down the road. But remember, when you start to get numbers, in order for us to really expand, you have to go out to the mainstream. Okay.
Yeah, well, Giga already got Walmart, so it's
that's okay. That's okay. That's beautiful for them. That opens a door for us. But my point is, once you start having 200, 300, 400, 500, 1 million people, you have a huge marketing machine that people want. So I wanted to talk about that today, because it just happened last week. I had 2 companies. I'm in other projects, not crypto projects, but like businesses. And they said to me, hey, do you think you could bring your 220 Aeons? I said I could. If I was to go online and tell everybody to do it, they'll probably support me. But so I wanted to talk about it with you guys before I did anything like that. I wanted to see what people thought.
Stacey, what do you think about that?
Thank you very much. So this is something I've been looking into also. I think the biggest companies, the biggest tech companies actually utilize the Korean, like the K-pop groups, because they have the most mind share. Right. So this is, as we continue to scale, I think we should be leveraging that. So I'm totally aligned with this. And I've been looking at it through that lens.
Right. Because we have to go mainstream, mainstream soon. I mean, we're getting big enough to that point.
Yeah.
There was one other thing I wanted to talk about, guys, before we go, because I don't want it to end. If you look at the map that Ilya put up, there's a glaring hole in Latin and South America. So I think that's something that we should attack a little bit more, if we can do that.
Slowly, then all at once.
Yeah, slowly.
Anything?
I'll spell in ballot.
I'll be at the
send out some missionaries.
I'll be at the Bitcoin conference in El Salvador in January.
Anything else, guys?
I'm good.
Okay.
That was beautiful.
Beautiful.
Awesome.
I love
we should
it.
study together a little bit.
I think that concludes it, guys. So appreciate you joining.
It's been on my mind, and I think you're the guy that.
I would love to. That was nice.
Thanks for joining, everyone.
Yeah. Oh, anytime you want to meditate with me.
I'm going to conclude it.
I meditate every night. I usually it's very
Illy.
Yeah, I feel the same way. Like I'll meditate on my.